This is the setup. You guys have seen this camera before. I've used this before. It's the same as it always is. You can't read this. Unreadable. It sure is something. This is how you guys want me to read to you? There's just no point. Hold on, I need a bookmark. I've got this "What are you reading right meow" bookmark. I feel like this is a really funny way to read to you guys, but it's the most inconvenient. Okay, I feel like I need some better music. Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus, was begun in the summer of 1816 in response to a challenge. The poet Lord Byron sought to discover who amongst his friends could write the best horror story. The winner, an 18-year-old who called herself Mary Shelley, reworked the story as a novel, and the results were published anonymously in 1818. It was the author's second book, following a travelogue titled History of a Six Weeks Tour, 1817. Shelley wrote 7 more novels, 6 of which were published during her lifetime. Her work is typified by great drama, improbable events, and Gothic elements, a reflection, perhaps, of her own life. Born Mary Wollstonecraft Goodwin in London on 30th August 1797, Shelley's own story is marked by tragedy. Her mother, Mary Wollstonecraft, author of the early feminist classic A Vindication of the Rights of Women, died giving birth, leaving Mary in the care of her father, philosopher William Goodwin. Raised amongst London's intelligentsia, she was encouraged to write and forge links to the literary community. In 1814, she met the romantic poet Percy Bysshe Shelley, with whom she fell in love. Amid scandal, the couple fled to France, where she became pregnant. Their marriage, late in 1816, occurred weeks after Percy Shelley's wife committed suicide by drowning. In 1822, the poet himself drowned while sailing off the coast of Italy. Mary Shelley devoted much of the remainder of her life to the promotion of his verse and raising their sole surviving child. She died on February 1st, 1851. Now, I do remember watching a movie about Mary Shelley. So I know probably more about her than I do the book Frankenstein. Letter 1 to Miss Seville, England. You will rejoice to hear that no disaster has accompanied the commencements of an enterprise which you have regarded with such evil forebodings. I arrived here yesterday, and my first task is to assure my dear sister of my welfare and increasing confidence in the success of my undertaking. She did have a crazy life. I am already far north of London, and as I walk in the streets of Petersburg, I feel a cold northern breeze play upon my cheeks, which braces my nerves and fills me with delight. Do you understand this feeling? This breeze, which has traveled from the regions towards which I am advancing, gives me a foretaste of those icy climes. Inspirited by this wind of promise, my daydreams become more fervent and vivid. I try in vain to be persuaded that the pole is the seat of frost and desolation. It ever presents itself to my imagination as the region of beauty and delight. There, Margaret, the sun is for ever visible, its broad disk just skirting the horizon and diffusing a perpetual splendor. There, for with your leave, my sister, I will put some trust in preceding navigators. There snow and frost are banished, and sailing over a calm sea, we may be wafted to a land surpassing in wonders, and in beauty, every region hitherto discovered on the habitable globe. Its productions and features may be without example, as the phenomena of the heavenly bodies undoubtedly are in those undiscovered solitudes, but may not be expected in a country of eternal light. I may there discover the wondrous power which attracts the needle, and may regulate 1,000 celestial observations that require only this voyage to render their seemingly eccentricities consistent forever. I shall satiate my ardent curiosity with the sight of a part of the world which never before visited, and may tread a land never before imprinted by the foot of man. These are my enticements, and they are suffice to conquer all fear of danger or death, and to induce me to commence this laborious voyage with the joy a child feels when he embarks in a little boat with his holiday mates on an expedition of discovery up his native river. By supposing all these conjectures to be false, you cannot contest the inestimable benefit which I shall confer on all mankind to the last generation by discovering a passage near the pole to these countries to reach where at present so many months are requisite, or by ascertaining the secret of the magnet, which, if at all possible, can only be effected by an undertaking such as mine. These reflections have dispelled the agitation with which I began my letter, and I feel my heart glow with an enthusiasm which elevates me to heaven, for nothing contributes so much to tranquilize the mind as a steady purpose, a point on which the soul may fix its intellectual eye. This expedition has been the favorite dream of my early years. I have read with ardor the accounts of the various voyages which have been made in the prospect of arriving on the North Pacific Ocean through the seas which surround the pole. You may remember that a history of all the voyages made for purposes of discovery composed the whole of our good Uncle Thomas's library. My education was neglected, yet I was passionately fond of reading. These volumes were my study day and night, and my familiarity with them increased that regret which I had felt as a child, on learning that my father's dying injunction had forbidden my uncle to allow me to embark in a seafaring life. These visions faded when I pursued, for the first time, those poets whose effusions entranced my soul, and I lifted it to heaven. I also became a poet, and for 1 year lived in a paradise of my own creation. I imagined that I also would obtain a niche in the temple where the names of Homer and Shakespeare are consecrated. You are well acquainted with my failure and how heavily I bore this disappointment, but just at that time I inherited the fortune of my cousin, and my thoughts were turned into the channel of the earlier bent. 6 years have passed since I resolved on my present undertaking. I can, even now, remember the hour from which I dedicated myself to his great enterprise. I commenced by injuring my body to hardship. I accompanied the whale fishers on several expeditions to the North Sea. I voluntarily endured cold, famine, thirst, and want of sleep. I often worked harder than the common sailors during the day, and devoted my nights to the study of mathematics, the theory of medicine, and those branches of physical science from which a naval adventurer might derive the greatest practical advantage. Twice I actually hired myself as an undermate in the Greenland whaler, and acquainted myself to admiration. I must own I felt a little proud when my captain offered me the second dignity in the vessel and entreated me to remain with the greatest earnestness. So valuable did he consider my services. And now, dear Margaret, do I not deserve to accomplish some great purpose? My life might have been passed in ease and luxury, but I preferred glory to every enrichment that wealth placed in my path. Oh, that some encouraging voice would answer in the affirmative! My courage and my resolution is firm, but my hopes fluctuate. My spirits are often depressed. I am about to proceed on a long and difficult voyage, the emergencies of which will demand all my fortitude. I am required not only to raise the spirits of others, but sometimes to sustain my own, when theirs are failing. This is the most favorable period for traveling in Russia. They fly quickly over the snow in their sledges. The motion is pleasant, and in my opinion, far more agreeable than that of an English stagecoach. The cold is not excessive if you are wrapped in furs, a dress which I have already adopted, for there is a great difference between walking the deck and remaining seated motionless for hours, where no exercise prevents the blood from actually freezing in your veins. I have no ambition to lose my life on the post road between St. Petersburg and Archangel. I shall depart for the later town in a fortnight or 3 weeks, and my intention is to hire a ship there which can easily be done by paying the insurance for the owner, and to engage as many sailors as I think necessary among those who are accustomed to the whale fishing. I do not intend to sail until the month of June. And when shall I return? Ah, dear sister, how can I answer this question? If I succeed, many, many months, perhaps years, will pass before you and I may meet. If I fail, you will see me again soon, or never. Farewell, my dear, excellent Margaret. Heaven shower down blessings on you and save me, that I may again and again testify my gratitude for all your love and kindness. Your affectionate brother, R. Walton. To Mrs. Seville, England. Archangel, March 28th, 1700 something. How slowly the time passes here, encompassed as I am by frost and snow, yet a second step is taken toward my enterprise. I have hired a vessel and am occupied in collecting my sailors. Those whom I have already engaged appear to be men on whom I can depend and are certainly possessed of dauntless courage. But I have one want which I have never yet been able to satisfy. In the absence of the object of which I now feel as most severe evil, I have no friend, Margaret. When I am glowing with the enthusiasm of success, there will be none to participate my joy. If I am assailed by disappointment, no one will endeavor to sustain me in dejection. I shall commit my thoughts to paper. It is true, but that is a poor medium for the communication of feeling. I desire the company of a man who could sympathize with me, whose eyes would reply to mine. He desires the company of a man. You may deem me romantic, my dear sister, but I bitterly feel the want of a friend. I have no one near me, gentle yet courageous, possessed of a cultivation, as well as a capacious mind, whose tastes are like my own, to approve or amend my plans. How would such a friend repair the faults of your poor young brother? I added the word young there for no reason. I am too ardent in execution and too impatient of difficulties, but it is still greater evil to me that I am self-educated. For the first 14 years of my life, I ran wild on a common and read nothing but your Uncle Thomas's Book of Voyages. Oh, I forgot I think it's... At that age, I became acquainted with the celebrated poets of our own country, but it was only when I had ceased to be in my power to derive its most important belief from such a conviction that I perceived the necessity of becoming acquainted with more languages than that of my native country. Now I am 28 and am in reality more illiterate than my many schoolboys of 15. It is true that I have thought more and that my daydreams are more extant and magnificent, but they want, as the painters call it, keeping, and I greatly need a friend who would have sense enough not to despise me as romantic and affection enough for me to endeavor to regulate my mind. Well, these are useless complaints. I shall certainly find no friend on the wide ocean, nor even here in Archangel. Among merchants and seamen, yet some feelings, unallied to the dross of human nature, beat even in these rugged bosoms. My lieutenant, for instance, is a man of wonderful courage and enterprise. He is madly desirous of glory, or rather, to word my phrase more characteristically, of advancement in his profession. He is an Englishman, and in the midst of national and professional prejudices, unsoftened by cultivation, retains some of my noblest endowments of humanity. I first became acquainted with him on board a whale vessel. Finding that he was unemployed in this city, I easily engaged him to assist in my enterprise. The master is a person of an excellent disposition, and is remarkable in the ship for his greatness or gentleness in the mildness of his discipline. This circumstance, added to his well-known integrity and dauntless courage, made me very desirous to engage him. A youth passed in solitude, my best years spent under your gentle and feminine fosterage, has so refined the groundwork of my character that I cannot overcome an intense distaste to the usual brutality exercised on boardom ship. I have never believed it to be necessary, and when I heard of a mere mariner equally noted for his kindliness of heart and the respect of obedience paid to him by his crew, I felt myself peculiarly weird word, fortunate in being able to secure his services. I heard of him first, in rather a romantic manner, from a lady who owes to him the happiness of her life. What? This, briefly, is his story. Some years ago, he loved a young Russian lady of moderate fortune, and having amassed a considerable sum in prize money, the father of the girl consented to the match. He saw his mistress once before the destined ceremony, but she was bathed in tears and throwing herself at his feet. He entreated him to spare her, confessing at the time that she loved another, but that he was poor, and that her father would never consent to the union. My generous friend reassured the suppliant, and on being informed of the name of her lover, instantly abandoned his pursuit. He had already bought a farm with his money, in which he had designed to pass the remainder of his life, but he bestowed the whole on his rival, together with the remains of his prize money to purchase stock, and then himself solicited the young woman's father to consent to her marriage with her lover. But the old man decidedly refused, thinking himself bound in honor to my friend, who, when he found that the father inexorable quitted his country, nor returned until he heard that his former mistress was married according to her inclinations. What a noble fellow, you will exclaim. He is so, but then he is wholly uneducated. He is as silent as a Turk, and a kind of ignorant carelessness attends him, which, while it renders his conduct the more astonishing, detracts from the interest and sympathy which otherwise he would command. Hi, super cool Sonic fan. That's a fun name. Yet do not suppose, because I complain a little, or because I can conceive a consolation for my toils which I may never known, that I am wavering in my resolutions. Those are as fixed as fate, and my voyage is only now delayed until the weather shall permit my embarkation. The winter has been dreadfully severe, but the spring promises well, and it is considered as a remarkable early season, so that perhaps I may sail sooner than I expected. I shall do nothing rashly. You know me sufficient to confide in the prejudice and considerateness wherever the safety of others is committed to my care. I cannot describe to you my sensations on the near prospect of my undertaking. It is impossible to communicate to you a conception of the trembling sensation, half pleasurable and half fearful, with which I am preparing to depart. I am going to unexplored regions, to the land of mist and snow, but I shall kill no albatross. Therefore do not be alarmed for my safety, or if I shall come back to you as worn and woeful as the ancient mariner, you will smile at my illusion, but I will disclose a secret. I have often attributed my attachment to, my passion, enthusiasm for, the dangerous mysteries of ocean, to that production of the most imaginative of modern poets. There is something at work in my soul which I do not understand. I am practically industrious, painstaking, a workman to execute with perseverance and labor, but besides this there is love for the marvelous, a belief in the marvelous intertwined in all my projects, which hurries me out of the common pathways of men, even to the wild sea and unvisited regions I am about to explore. But to return to dearest considerations, shall I meet you again, after having traversed immense seas, and returned by the most southern cape of Africa or America? I dare not expect such success, yet I cannot bear to look at the reverse of my picture. Continue for the present to write to me by every opportunity. I may receive your letters on some occasions when I need them most to support my spirits. I love you very tenderly. Remember me with affection, should you never hear from me again. Your affectionate brother, Robert Walton. How does he get letters? He's going to places people aren't. When was that? That was March. We're now July 7th. To Miss Savall, England. My dear sister, I write a few lines in haste to say that I am safe and well advanced on my voyage. This letter will reach England by a merchantman, now on its hometown voyage from Archangel, more fortunate than I. May not see my native land, perhaps for many years. I am, however, in good spirits. My men are bold and apparently firm of purpose, nor do the floating sheets of ice that continually pass us indicate the dangers of the region towards which we are advancing, appear to dismay them. We have already reached a very high latitude, but it is the height of summer, and although not so warm as in England, the southern gales which blow us speedily towards those shores which I so ardently desire to attain, breathe a degree of renovating warmth which I had not expected. No incidents have hitherto befallen us that would make a figure in a letter. One or two stiff gales and the springing of a leak are accidents which experienced navigators scarcely remember to record. And I shall be well content if nothing worse happen to us on our voyage. Adieu, my dear Margaret. Be assured that for my own sake, as well as yours, I will not rashly encounter danger. I will be cool, persevering, and prudent. But success shall crown my endeavors. Wherefore thou not, thus far I have gone, tracing a secure way over the pathless seas, the very stars themselves being witness and testimonies of my triumph. Why not still proceed over the untamed yet obedient element? What can stop the determined heart and resolved will of man? My swelling heart involuntarily pours itself onto this, but I must finish. Heavenly bless my beloved sister. R.W. Letter 4. Spoilers. No. August 5th, so about a month later. So strange an accident has happened to us that I cannot forbear recording it, although it is very possible that you will see me before these papers can come into your possession. Last Monday, July 31st, we were nearly surrounded by ice, which closed in the ship on all sides. Scarcely leaving her in her sea room in which she floated, our situation was somewhat dangerous, especially as we were encompassed round by a very thick fog. Hold on. We accordingly lay to, hoping that some change would take place in the atmosphere and weather. About 2 o'clock, the mist cleared away. Camera is probably not great. And we beheld, stretched out in every direction, vast and irregular plains of ice, which seemed to have no end. Some of my comrades groaned, and my own mind began to grow watchful with anxious thoughts, when a strange sight suddenly attracted our attention and diverted our solitude from our own situations. We perceived a low carriage, fixed on a sledge and drawn by dogs, pass on towards the north at the distance of half a mile. A being which had the shape of a man, but apparently of gigantic stature, sat in the sledge, and guided the dogs. We watched the rapid progress of the traveler with our telescopes until he was lost among the distant inequalities of the ice. You guys voted for the camera. This appearance excited our unqualified wonder. We were, as we believed, many hundred miles from any land, but this apparition seemed to denote that it was not in reality so distant as we had supposed. Shut in, however, by ice, it was impossible to follow his track, which we had observed with the greatest attention. About 2 hours after this occurrence, we heard the ground sea, and before night the ice broke and freed our ship. We, however, lay until the morning, fearing to encounter in the dark those large loose masses which float about after the breaking up of ice. I profited from this time to rest for a few hours. I don't think so. He might be tomorrow, yeah. In the morning, however, as soon as it was light, I went upon deck and found all the sailors busy on one side of the vessel, apparently talking to someone in the sea. It was in fact a sledge, like that we had seen before, which had drifted towards us in the night on a large fragment of ice. Only one dog remained alive, but there was a human being with it, whom the sailors were persuading to enter the vessel. He was not, as the other traveler seemed to be, a savage inhabitant of some undiscovered land, but a European. When I appeared on the deck, the master said, "Here is our captain. He will not allow you to perish on the open sea." On perceiving me, the stranger addressed me in English, although with a foreign accent. Is this the Frankenstein's monster? Or just a man? I'm trying to decide if I give him a voice. Frankenstein's English, isn't he? I don't know if I can do an English accent. I didn't think about this. I can't even think of what an English accent is at the moment either. "Before I come aboard your vessel," said he, "will you have the kindness to inform me whether you are bound?" You may conceive my astonishment on hearing such a question addressed to me from a man on the brink of destruction, and to whom I should have supposed that my vessel would have been a resource which he would not have exchanged for the most precious wealth the earth can afford. I replied, however, that we were on a voyage of discovery towards the North Pole. Upon hearing this, he appeared satisfied and consented to come on board. Good God, Margaret, if you had seen the man who thus capitulated for his safety, your surprise would have been boundless. His limbs were nearly frozen, and his body dreadfully emaciated by fatigue and suffering. I never saw a man in so wretched a condition. We attempted to carry him to the cabin, but as soon as he had quitted the fresh air, he fainted. We accordingly brought him back to the deck and restored him to animation by rubbing him with some brandy and forcing him to swallow a small quantity. As soon as he showed signs of life, we wrapped him up in blankets and placed him near the chimney of the kitchen stove. By slow degrees he recovered and ate a little soup, which restored him wonderfully. 2 days passed in this manner before he was able to speak, and I often feared that his sufferings had deprived him of understanding. When he had in some measure recovered, I removed him to my own cabin, and attended on him as much as my duty would permit. I never saw a more interesting creature. His eyes have generally an expression of wildness, and even madness, and there are moments when, if anyone performs an act of kindness towards him, or does him in the most trifling service, his whole countenance is lightened up, as it were with a beam of benevolence and sweetness that I never saw equaled. But he is generally melancholy and despairing, and sometimes he gnashes his teeth, as if impatient of the weight of the woes that oppress him. When my guest was a little more recovered, I had great trouble to keep off the men who wished to ask him 1,000 questions, but I would not allow him to be tormented by their idle curiosity, in the state of body and mind whose restoration evidently depended upon entire repose. Once, however, the lieutenant asked why he had come so far upon the ice in a strange vehicle. His countenance instantly assumed an aspect of the deepest gloom, and he replied, "To seek the one who fled from me." "And did the man whom you pursued travel in the same fashion?" "Yes." "Then I fancy we have seen him, for the day before we picked you up, we saw some dogs drawing a sledge with a man on it across the ice." This aroused the stranger's attention. When he asked a multitude of questions concerning the route which the daemon, as he called him, had pursued, Soon after, when he was alone with me, he said, "I have doubtless excited your curiosity as well as that of the good people, but you are too considerate to make inquiries. Certainly, it would indeed be impertinent and inhumane of me to trouble you with any inquisitiveness of mine. And yet you rescued me from a strange and perilous situation. You have benevolently restored me to life." Soon after this, he inquired if I thought that the breaking up of the ice had destroyed the other sledge. I replied that I could not answer with any degree of certainty, for the ice had not broken up until near midnight, and the traveler might have arrived at a place of safety before that time, but of this I could not judge. From this time a new spirit of life animated the decaying frame of the stranger. He manifested the greatest eagerness to be upon deck, to watch for the sledge, which had been before appeared, but I have persuaded him to remain in the cabin, for he is far too weak to sustain the rawness of the atmosphere. I have promised that someone should watch for him and give him instant notice if any new object should appear in sight. Such is my journal of what relates to the strange occurrence up to the present day. The stranger has gradually improved in health, but is very silent, and appears uneasy when anyone except myself enters the cabin. This camera's not going to get better, but I'm trying. Yet his manners are so conciliating and gentle that the sailors are all interested in him, although they have had very little communication with him. For my own part, I began to love him as a brother, and his constant and deep grief fills me with sympathy and compassion. He must have been a noble creature in his better days, being even now in wreck so attractive and amiable. I said in one of my letters, my dear Margaret, that I should find no friend on the wide ocean, yet I have found a man who before his spirit had been broken by misery. I should have been happy to have possessed as the brother of my heart. I shall continue my journal concerning the stranger at intervals, should I have any fresh incidents to record. He's found a man! August 13th. My affection for my guest increases every day. He excites at once my admiration and my pity to an astonishing degree. Okay, I do remember reading this part in class because at this point everyone was like, okay, so he likes Frankenstein. He also called him attractive. How can I see so noble a creature destroyed by misery without feeling the most poignant grief? He is so gentle, yet so wise. His mind is so cultivated, and when he speaks, although his words are culled with the choicest art, yet they flow with rapidity, and unparalleled eloquence. This sad little man has captured my heart. He would love some characters that I see online. My first thought was the dude from Arcane. I can't remember his name. He is now much recovered from his illness and is continually on the deck, apparently watching for the sledge that preceded his own. Yet, although unhappy, he is not so utterly occupied by his own misery, yet that he interests himself deeply in the projects of others. He has frequently conversed with me on mine, which I have communicated to him without disguise. He attended attentively into all my arrangements in favor of my eventual success, and into every minute detail of the measures I had taken to secure it. I was easily led by the sympathy which he invicted, to use the language of my heart to give utterance to the burning ardor of my soul, and to say with all the fervor that warmed me, how gladly I would sacrifice my fortune, my existence, my every hope, to the furtherance of my enterprise. One man's life or death were but a small price to pay for the acquirement of the knowledge which I sought for the dominion I shall acquire and transmit over the elemental foes of our race. As I spoke, a dark gloom spread over my listener's countenance. At first I perceived that he tried to suppress his emotion. He placed his hands before his eyes, and my voice quivered and failed me as I beheld tears trickle fast from between his fingers. A groan burst from his heaving breast. I paused. At length he spoke in broken accents. "Unhappy man, do you share my madness? Have you drunk also of the intoxicating draught? Hear me. Let me reveal my tale, and you will dash the cup from your lips." Such words, you may imagine, strongly excited my curiosity, but the paroxysm of grief that had seized the stranger overcame his weakened powers, and many hours of repose and tranquil conversation were necessary to restore his composure. Having conquered the violence of his feelings, he appeared to despise himself for being the slave of passion, and quelling the dark tyranny of despair, he led me again to converse concerning myself personally. He asked me of the history of my earlier years. The tale was quickly told, but it awakened various trains of reflection. I spoke of my desire of finding a friend, of my thirst for a more intimate sympathy with a fellow mind, and had ever fallen to my lot, and expressed my conviction that a man could boast of little happiness who did not enjoy this blessing. "I agree with you," replied the stranger. "We are unfashioned creatures, but half made up. If one wiser, better, dearer than ourselves, such a friend ought to be. Do not let this aid to perfection our weak and faulty natures. I once had a friend, the most noble of human creatures, and am entitled, therefore, to judge respecting friendship. You have hope and the world before you, and have no cause for despair, but I have lost everything, and cannot begin life anew." As he said this, his countenance became expressive of a calm, settled grief that touched me to my heart, but he was silent, and presently retired to his cabin. Even broken in spirits as he is, no one can feel more deeply than he does the beauties of nature. The starry sky, the sea, and every sight afforded by these wonderful rains seems still to have the power of elevating his soul from earth. Such a man has a double existence. He may suffer misery and be overwhelmed by disappointments, yet when he has retired into himself, he will be like a celestial spirit that has a halo around him, within whose circle no grief or folly ventures. Will you smile at the enthusiasm I express concerning this divine wanderer? You would not if you saw him. You have been tutored? Tutored. You have been tutored and refined by books and retirement from the world, and you are therefore somewhat fastidious, and this only renders you the more fit to appreciate the extraordinary merits of this wonderful man. Sometimes I have endeavored to discover what quality it is he possesses that elevates him so immensely above any other person I ever knew. I believe it to be an intuitive discernment, a quick but never failing power of judgment, a penetrative into the causes of things. Unequally, for clearness and precision, add to this a faculty of expression, and a voice whose varied annotations are soul-subduing music. That's also a line. Wow. August 19th. Yesterday the stranger said to me, "You may easily perceive, Captain Walton, that I have suffered great and unparalleled misfortune. I had determined at one time that the memory of these evils should die with me, but you have won me to alter my determination. You seek for knowledge and wisdom as I once did, and I ardently hope that the gratification of your wishes may not be serpent to sting you, as mine has been. I do not know that the relation of my disasters will be useful to you, yet when I reflect that you are pursuing the same course, exposing yourself to the same dangers which have rendered me what I am, I imagine that you may deduce from an apt moral from my tale, one that may direct you if you succeed in your undertaking, and console you in case of failure. Prepare to hear of occurrences which are usually deemed marvelous. Were we among the tamer senses of nature, I may fear to encounter your unbeliefs, perhaps your ridicule, but many things will appear possible in those wild and mysterious regions, which would provoke the laughter of those unacquainted with the ever-varied powers of nature. Nor can I doubt but that my tale conveys in its series internal evidence of the truth of the events of which it is composed. You may easily imagine that I was much gratified by the offered communication, and I could not endure that he should renew his grief by a recital of his misfortunes. I felt the greatest eagerness to hear the promised narrative, partly from curiosity and partly from a strong desire to ameliorate his fate. If it were in my power, I expressed these feelings in my answer. I thank you, he replied, for your sympathy, but it is useless. My fate is nearly fulfilled. I wait but for one event, and then I shall repose in peace. I understand your feeling, continued he, perceiving that I wished to interrupt him. But you are mistaken, my friend. If thus you will allow me to name you, nothing can alter my destiny. Listen to my history, and you will perceive how irrevocably it is determined. He then told me that he would commence his narrative the next day, when I shall be at a leisure. This promise drew from me the warmest thanks. I have resolved every night that I am not imperatively occupied by my duties, to record as nearly as possible, in his own words, that he has related during the day. If I should be engaged, I will at least make notes. This manuscript will doubtless afford you the greatest pleasure, but to me, who knew him, who hear it from his own lips, with what interest and sympathy shall I read it in some future day? Even now, as I commence my task, his full-toned voice swells in my ears, his lustrous eyes dwell on me with all their melancholy sweetness. I see his thin hand raised in animation, while the lineaments of his face are irradiated by the soul within. Strange and harrowing must be his story, frightful the storm which embraced the gallant vessel on his course, and wrecked it thus. And so the rest of this is Frankenstein's story. Okay. The event on which this fiction is founded has been supposed by Dr. Darwin and some of the psychological writers of Germany. As not of impossible occurrence, I shall not be supposed in according the remotest degree of serious faith to such an imagination, yet in assuming it as the basis of a work of fancy. I have not considered myself as merely weaving a series of supernatural terrors. The event on which the interest of the story depends is exempt from the disadvantages of a mere tale of specters or enchantment. It was recommended by the novelty of the situations which it develops, and, however impossible as a physical fact, affords a point of view to the imagination for the delineating of human passions, more comprehensive and commanding than any which the ordinary relations of existing events can yield. I have thus endeavored to preserve the truth of the elementary principles of human nature, while I have not scrupled to innovate upon their combinations. The Iliad, the tragic poetry of Greece, Shakespeare in The Tempest and Midsummer's Night's Dream, most especially Milton in Paradise Lost, conform to this rule, and the most humble novelist who seeks to confer or receive amusement from his labors may, without presumption, apply to prose fiction a license, or rather a rule, from the adoption of which so many exquisite combinations of human feeling have resulted in the highest specimens of poetry. The circumstance on which my story rests was suggested in casual conversation. It was commenced partly as a source of amusement and partly as an expedient for exercising any untried resources of mind. Other motives were mingled with these as the work proceeded. I am by no means indifferent to the manner in which whatever moral tendencies exist in the sentiments or characters it contains shall affect the reader, yet my chief concern in this respect has been limited to the avoiding the enervating effects of the novel of the present day, and to the exhibition of the Aimless of domestic affection. Aimlessness? And the excellence of universal virtue. The opinions which naturally spring from the character and situation of the hero are by no means to be conceived as existing always in my own conviction, nor is any inference justly to be drawn from the following pages as prejudicing any philosophical doctrine of whatever kind. I guess Darwin was a friend of Mary's father? Oh, his grandson is Charles Darwin. Interesting. It is the subject also of additional interest to the author that this story was began in the majestic region where the scene is principally laid, and in society which cannot cease to be regretted. I passed the summer of 1816 in the environs of Geneva. The season was cold and rainy, and in the evenings we crowded around a blazing wood fire and occasionally amused ourselves with some German stories of ghosts which happened to fall into our hands. These tales excited in us a playful desire of imitation. Two other friends, a tale from the pen of one whom would be far more acceptable to the public than anything I could ever hope to produce, and myself agreed to write each a story, founded on some supernatural occurrence. The weather, however, suddenly became serene, and my two friends left me on a journey among the Alps, and lost in the magnificent scenes which they present, all memory of their ghostly visions. The following tale is the only one which has been completed. Lord Byron challenged us this evening by writing the first paragraph of a vampire story inspired by the German ghost stories. John Polidor later extended that beginning to The Vampire, 1819, a short story that went to inspire Bram Stoker's tremendously successful novel Dracula. I do kind of like these are fun. Those are fun little things. We're going to stick with this. And then the letters. Talks about magnetism and the compass. Should we just reread the letters? No, we don't have to. But I do kind of want to read these footnotes. They're kind of fun. And may there discover the wondrous power which attracts the needle. Footnote says, when Captain Walton talks about the wondrous power of the needle, he talks about magnetism and its very first application in a compass. For centuries, people ascribed magical powers to magnetite and lodestones until William Gilbert first discovered the basic features of magnetism and the fact that Earth itself is a weak magnet. The links between electricity and magnetism were a subject of scientific investigation during Mary's lifetime. A number of expeditions departed for the North and South Poles in the hopes of discovering the secrets of the planet's magnetic field. I shall satiate my ardent curiosity. For moderns, this comment may seem self-evident, if a little florid, but such Promethean ambition does not characterize all historical periods, or all cultures, or all individuals. Rather, it reflects the interesting combination of curiosity, ambition, and historical perspective that co-evolved with the European exploration of science in a profoundly multicultural world. Mary was writing at the close of the Age of Discovery, during which Europeans rounded the southern tip of Africa, discovered and colonized the New World, and circumnavigated the globe. Polar exploration was one remaining feat. It was also the age of Romanticism, the paintings of Caspar David Friedrich and Eugene Delacroix, as well as the music of Ludwig van Beethoven and Hector Berlioz. This eagerness for exploration is expressed in Ulysses, the poem written in 1833 by Alfred Lord Tennyson. I cannot rest for travel, I will drink life to these less, all times I have enjoyed greatly, have suffered greatly, both with those that loved me, and alone on shore, and when through scudding drifts the rainy haze vex the dim sea, I am become a name for always roaming with a hungry heart. I'm a part of all that I have met, yet all experience is an arc wheretho gleams that untraveled world which margins fade. Forever and forever when I move. Tennyson, 2004? Okay. The irony, at least to modern sensibilities, is that this romantic language benefits the pursuit of art, not the rational pursuit of science. Okay. Throughout the novel, the problem of companionship reoccurs for Walton, for Victor, and for Victor's creature. Friendship is one of the foundations for a community because it connects the individual to a larger human endeavor. Okay, so this is just about the... That's okay. I think I get that. Okay, now these footnotes are kind of becoming annoying. How sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child. Perhaps Mary has Victor make this apparent reference to Shakespeare's play King Lear to show that he recognizes his paternity of the creature, but like Lear, he still not recognize his own full measure of culpability and responsibility. Okay, we've already read the letters, so I've skipped them. And in the full version, I'll just edit them together. Chapter 1. I am by birth a Genevese, and my family is one of the most distinguished of that republic. My ancestors had been for many years councillors and syndicates, and my father had filled several public situations with honor and reputation. He was respected by all who knew him for his integrity and indefatigable, attention to public business. He passed his younger days perpetually occupied by the affairs of his country, and it was not until the decline of life that he thought of marrying and bestowing on the state sons who might carry his virtues and the name down to posterity. The setting of the story is Geneva, Switzerland, one of the oldest major capitals of Europe, and Victor is from one of the noblest families. He uses his scientific training to create a new life. Okay, we'll get to that. You don't need to spoil it. Footnotes of the book I'm reading. As the circumstances of his marriage illustrate his character, I cannot refrain from relating them. One of the most intimate friends was a merchant, who, from a flourishing state, fell through numerous mischances into poverty. This man, whose name was Beaufort, was of a proud and unbending disposition, and could not bear to live in poverty and oblivion in the same country where he had formerly been distinguished for his rank and magnificence. Having paid his debts, therefore, in the most honorable manner, he retreated with his daughter to the town of Lucerne, where he lived unknown and in wretchedness. My father loved Beaufort with the truest friendship, and was deeply grieved by his retreat in these unfortunate circumstances. He grieved also for the loss of his society, and resolved to seek him out and endeavor to persuade him to begin the world again through his credit and assistance. Beaufort had taken effectual measures to conceal himself, and it was 10 months before my father discovered his abode. Overjoyed at this discovery, he hastened to the house, which was situated in a mean street near the Rose. But when he entered, misery and despair alone welcomed him. Beaufort had saved but a very small sum of money from the wreck of his fortunes, but it was sufficient to provide him with sustenance for some months. And in the meantime, he hoped to procure some respectable employment in a merchant's house. The interval was consequently spent in inaction. His grief only became more deep and rankling when he had leisure for reflection, and at length it took so fast hold of his mind that at the end of 3 months he lay on a bed of sickness, incapable of any exertion. His daughter attended him with the greatest tenderness, but she saw with despair that their little fund was rapidly decreasing, and that there was no other prospect of support. But Caroline Beaufort possessed a mind of an uncommon mold, and her courage rose to support her in her adversity. She procured plain work, she plaited straw, and by various means contrived to earn a pittance scarcely sufficient to support life. Several months passed in this manner. Her father grew worse, her time was more entirely occupied in attending him, her means of subsistence decreased, and in the 10th month her father died in her arms, leaving her an orphan and a beggar. This last blow overcame her, and she knelt by Beaufort's coffin, weeping bitterly, when my father entered the chamber. He came like a protecting spirit to the poor girl, who committed herself to his care, and after the interment of his friend, he conducted her to Geneva, and placed her under the protection of a relation. 2 years after this event, Caroline became his wife. Okay, jumping ahead there really quick. When my father became a husband and a parent, he found his time so occupied by the duties of his new situation that he relinquished many of his public employments and devoted himself to the education of his children. Of these I was the eldest, and the destined successor to all his labors and utility. No creature could have more tender parents than mine. My improvement in health were their constant care, especially as I remained for several years their only child. But before I continue my narrative, I must record an incident which took place when I was 4 years of age. My father had a sister, whom he tenderly loved, and who had married early in life an Italian gentleman. Soon after her marriage, she had accompanied her husband into his native country, and for some years my father had very little communication with her. About the time I mentioned she died, and a few months afterwards, he received a letter from her husband, acquainting him with his intention of marrying an Italian lady, and requesting my father to take care of the infant Elizabeth, the only child of his deceased sister. "It is my wish," he said, "that you should consider her as your own daughter, and educate her thus. Her mother's fortune is secured to her, the documents of which I will commit to your keeping. Reflect upon this proposition, and decide whether you would prefer educating your niece yourself to her being brought up by a stepmother." So he'd rather not have a kid than raise this kid, than have this kid have a stepmother, I guess? My father did not hesitate, and immediately went to Italy, that he might accompany the little Elizabeth to her future home. I have often heard my mother say that she was at the time the most beautiful child she had ever seen, and showed great signs even then of the gentle and affectionate disposition. These indications and a desire to bind as closely as possible the ties of domestic love determined my mother to consider Elizabeth as my future wife. This kid's 4, by the way, a design which she never found reason to repent. Sure. Yeah, I remember this, because this is the only part I have read in class. Just crazy. His mother, who already was, I think, married pretty young to her father's friend, is like, "Hey, your yeah, cousin, they'd be blood cousins, is gonna be your wife. Okay, run along now, my 4-year-old son." From this time, Elizabeth Lavenza became my playfellow, and, as we grew older, my friend. She was docile and good-tempered, yet gay and playful as a summer insect. A different meaning right now. Although she was lively and animated, her feelings were strong and deep, and her disposition uncommonly affectionate. No one could better enjoy liberty, yet no one could submit with more grace than she did to constraint and caprice. Her imagination was luxuriant, yet her capability of application was great. Her person was the image of her mind. Her hazel eyes, although as lively as a bird's, possessed an attractive softness. Her figure was light and airy, and though capable of enduring great fatigue, she appeared the most fragile creature in the world. While I admired her understanding and fancy, I loved to tend on her, and as I should on a favorite animal, and I never saw so much grace both of a person and mind united to so little pretension. When your wife is gay, when your cousin/wife is gay. Unfortunate. Everyone adored Elizabeth. If the servants had any request to make, it was always through her intercession. We were strangers to any species of disunion and dispute, for although there was great dissimilitude in our characters, there was an harmony in that very dissimilitude. I was more calm and philosophical than my companion, yet my temper was not so yielding. My application was of longer endurance, but it was not so severe whilst it endured. I delighted in investigating the facts relative to the actual world. She busied herself in following the aerial creations of the poets. The world was to me a secret which I desired to discover. To her it was a vacancy which she sought to people with imaginations of her own. My brothers were considerably younger than myself, but I had a friend in one of my schoolfellows, who compensated for his deficiency. Henry Clerval was the son of a merchant of Geneva, an intimate friend of my father. He was a boy of singular talent and fancy. I remember when he was 9 years old, he wrote a fairy tale. Henry, which was the delight and amazement of all his companions. His favorite study consisted in books of chivalry and romance, and when very young, I can remember that we used to act plays composed by him out of these favorite books, the principal characters of which were Orlando, Robin Hood, Amidas, and St. George. Also, you're gonna have to forgive me if I say some things wrong. There's some big words in here. just ignore it. Just pretend I'm not pronouncing anything wrong ever. No youth could have passed more happily than mine. My parents were indulgent and my companions amiable. Our studies were never forced, and by some means we always had an end placed in view, which excited us to ardor in the prosecution of them. It was by this method, and not by emulation, that we were urged to application. Elizabeth was not incited to apply herself to drawing, that her companions might not outstrip her, but through the desire of pleasuring her aunt by the representation of some favorite scene done by her own hand. We learned Latin and English, that we might read the writings in those languages, and so far from studying being made odious to us through punishment, we loved application, and our amusements would have been the labors of other children. Perhaps we did not read so many books or learn languages so quickly as those who were disciplined according to the ordinary methods, but what we learned was impressed the more deeply in our memories. It's always funny reading that part in class, because it's just talking about, like, hey, giving children, like, the agency to learn what they want to learn, and yeah, it might not be as many books or whatever as other kids, but they're gonna remember it forever. And gonna have a way better time doing it, and a better perception of learning in general. I digress. In these descriptions of our domestic circle, I include Henry Clerval, for he was constantly with us. He went to school with me and generally passed the afternoon at our house. For being an only child and destitute of companions at home, his father was well pleased that he should find associates at our house, and we were never completely happy when Clerval was absent. I feel pleasure in dwelling on the recollections of childhood, before misfortune had tainted my mind and changed its bright visions of extensive usefulness into gloomy and narrow reflections upon itself. But in drawing the picture of my early days, I must not omit to record these events which led by insensible steps to my after tale of misery. For when I would account to myself for the birth of that passion which afterwards ruled my destiny, I find it arise like a mountain river from ignoble and almost forgotten sources. But swelling as it proceeded, it became the torrent which, in its course, has swept away all my hopes and joys. Okay, I'm going to read some of the footnotes, mainly the things that are explaining specific words and not just like, this is the part of the story that is about perceived momentum. The past reconstructed from the viewpoint of the present always appears to have structure. It's just saying this is an important part of the story. Like, no shit. Of course it is. I'll leave them on the screen if you guys want to read them, but like, you reach back and claim there is a clear stream from your deep past to your present situation. Okay, sure, that just doesn't seem very helpful. Natural philosophy is the genius that has regulated my fate, in which natural philosophy here is designed as broadly encompassing terms with the theoretical and empirical inquiry into the natural world. The study of nature, like science, whatever. I desire, therefore, in this narration to state those facts which led to my predilection for that science. Predilection? I hate when it cuts words like this. I can't read. When I was 13 years of age, we all went on a party of pleasure to the baths near Thonon. The inclemency of the weather obliged us to remain a day confined to the inn. In this house, I chanced to find a volume of the works of Cornelius Agrippa. I opened it with apathy. The theory which he attempts to demonstrate, and the wonderful facts which he relates, soon changed this feeling into enthusiasm. A new light seemed to dawn upon my mind, and, bounding with joy, I communicated my discovery to my father. I cannot help remarking here the many opportunities instructors possess of directing the attention of their pupils to useful knowledge, which they utterly neglect. My father looked carelessly at the title page of my book and said, "Ah, Cornelius Agrippa. My dear Victor, do not waste your time upon this. It is sad trash." If, instead of this remark, my father had taken the pains to explain to me that the principles of Agrippa had been entirely exploded, and that a modern system of science had been introduced, which possessed much greater powers than the ancient, because the powers of the latter were chimerical, while those of the former were real and practical, under such circumstances I should certainly have thrown Agrippa aside, and with my imagination warmed as it was, should probably have applied myself to the more rational theory of chemistry, which has resulted from modern discoveries. It is even possible that the train of my ideas would never have received the fatal impulse that led to my ruin. But the cursory glance my father had taken of my volume by no means assured me that he was acquainted with its contents, and I continued to read with the greatest avidity. That's just funny. If my dad had told me that there was better things to read, I might have gone a different route. Description of alchemy. Alchemy has roots in the ancient world, though the word itself comes from Arabic. It was concerned primarily with the transformation of materials, notably the transmutation of base metals such as lead and tin into gold and silver. Much historical alchemy can usefully be conceived as proto-chemistry and included such practices as metallurgy and the making of dyes and imitation gems. I do like the history of alchemy. I've read The Alchemist? Yes, that's the book. Not the Nicholas Fleming one, which I would like to read. I had it on a Christmas list once when I was little, and my dad got me The Alchemy, but he got technically not the Nicholas Fleming one, like it's a different one. It's mainly about a shepherd, but it is a lot about alchemy. It still was a pretty good read. Alchemy also had a strong connection with medicine, and for some in the Renaissance, it came to be associated with astrology, mysticism, and even magic. During the 18th and 19th centuries, alchemy was increasingly viewed as pseudoscience and the domain of charlatans. Both Victor's father and Professor Kremp reflect this view and strongly distinguish between the modern science of chemistry and irrational pre-modern alchemy. When I returned home, my first care was to procure the whole works of this author, and afterwards of Paracelsus and Albertus Magnus. Yeah, actually, who are these? Many European alchemists in the Middle Ages and Renaissance believed that it was possible to procure an elixir or medicine that could prolong life or even heal all diseases. Some, including Cornelius Agrippa, associated such elixirs or medicines with the philosopher's stone, a substance of alchemical legend that could turn metals such as lead into gold. The medieval theologian Albertus Magnus, from 1200, 1200, did not officially support such views, but a text called the Little Book on Alchemy that falsely purported but was widely believed to be by Albertus did. The text, whose ideas on alchemy and life were most influential, however, were attributed to, although likely not penned by, the Renaissance physician and iconoclast Paracelsus. In one of these, a work titled On the Nature of Things, the author describes the artificial creation of a little human called a homunculus, in a process vaguely similar to Victor's animation of lifeless matter. Heating a sealed flask containing petrifying semen would produce human form after 40 days, and the fully formed homunculus, which would have marvelous powers and knowledge, would be complete after 40 weeks of feeding with a preparation of human blood. That also sounds like a fun read, both of these. I read and studied the wild fancies of those writers with delight. They appeared to me treasures known to few beside myself, and although I often wished to communicate those secrets, stores of knowledge to my father, yet his indefinite censure of my favorite Agrippa always withheld me. I disclosed my discoveries to Elizabeth, therefore, under a promise of strict secrecy. She did not interest herself in the subject, and I was left by her to pursue my studies alone. It may appear very strange that a disciple of Albertus Magnus should arise in the 18th century, but our family was not scientifical, and I had not attended any of the lectures given at the schools of Geneva. My dreams were therefore undisturbed by reality, and I entered with the greatest diligence into the search of the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life. Cornelius Agrippa remains among the most intellectual, compelling magical theologians and natural philosophers of his time. His magnus opus, these books of occult philosophy, occupied the majority of his life, starting with a juvenile manuscript dedicated to his teacher. At first printed edition in 1531. Interesting. But the latter obtained my most undivided attention. Wealth was an inferior object, but what glory would attend the discovery if I could banish disease from the human frame and render man invulnerable to any but a violent death? Nor were these my only visions. The raising of ghosts or devils was a promise liberally accorded by my favorite authors, the fulfillment of which I most eagerly sought, and if my incantations were always unsuccessful, I attributed the failure rather to my own inexperience and mistake than to a want of skill or fidelity in my instructors. The natural phenomena that take place every day before our eyes did not escape my examinations. Distillation and the wonderful effects of steam, processes of which my favorite authors were utterly ignorant, excited my astonishment. But my utmost wonder was engaged by some experiments on an air pump, which I saw employed by a gentleman who we were in the habit of visiting. The ignorance of the early philosophers on these and several other points served to decrease their credit with me, but I could not entirely throw them aside. Before some other system could occupy their place in my mind, when I was about 15 years old, we had retired to our home near Belrive, when we witnessed a most violent and terrible thunderstorm. It advanced from behind the mountains of Jura, and the thunder burst at once with a frightful loudness from various quarters of the heavens. I remained, while the storm lasted, watching its progress with curiosity and delight. As I stood at the door on a sudden, I beheld a stream of fire issue from an old and beautiful oak, which stood about 20 yards from our house, and so soon as the dazzling light vanished, the oak had disappeared, and nothing remained but a blasted stump. When we visited in the next morning, we found the tree shattered in a singular manner. It was not splintered by the shock, but entirely reduced to thin ribbons of wood. I never beheld anything so utterly destroyed. Yeah, that sounds crazy. That's very cool. Hold on. I'm going to be drinking a lot of water during this. Don't you even worry. Just reading this is already making me want to, like, watch more Frankenstein movies and stuff. Of which I have really seen, like, none. Oops. I'm just thinking of, like, seeing this part, like the tree in a movie. Ugh. The catastrophe of this tree excited my extreme astonishment, and I eagerly inquired of my father the nature and origin of thunder and lightning. He replied, electricity, describing at the same time the various effects of that power. He constructed a small electrical machine and exhibited a few experiments. He also made a kite with a wire and string, which drew down that fluid from the clouds. The last stroke completed the overthrow of Cornelius Agrippa, Albertus Magnus, and Paracelsus. I immediately forgot how to say his name. Paracelsus, who had so long reigned the lords of my imagination, but by some fatality I did not feel inclined to commence the study of any modern science, and this disinclination was influenced by the following circumstance. I can't remember what time period they said this takes place in. I just, early 1800s? Or late 17? It was written in 1816. So what, it probably takes place around there? Okay. My father expressed a wish that I should attend a course of lectures upon natural philosophy, to which I cheerfully consented. Some ancient accident prevented my attending these lectures until the course was nearly finished. Is he not going to explain what accident? The lecture being therefore one of the last was entirely incomprehensible to me. The professor discoursed with the greatest fluency of potassium and boron, of sulfates and oxides, terms to which I could affix no idea, and I became disgusted by the science of natural philosophy. Although I still read Pliny and Buffon with delight, authors, in my estimation, of nearly equal interest and utility. When you have such a confusing class that you hate the subject. Pliny the Elder was a Roman naturalist and natural philosopher who published the encyclopedic text Natural History. He died in the explosion of Mount Vesuvius while attempting to help friends escape in 20 CE. George Louis Leclerc, Comte de Buffon, in 1707 to 1788, was a French naturalist whose multi-volume work, Natural History, echoed Pliny the Elder's in a century in which natural historians were still attempting to understand whether and how species changed. Buffon proposed a theory that New World species, including humans, were degenerate compared to Old World species. His theory led to a heated correspondence with Thomas Jefferson, who sent samples of robust North American wildlife, including a stuffed moose, across the Atlantic to him. What? Okay. Sure. Cool. I was just gonna search, oh, there's this play I've always wanted to read, and I can never remember the name of it now. I think it was Voltaire. Indeed, yes, that was it. I believe. Candide seems like a fun read. Not really fun, but it seems like an interesting read. Anyway. My occupations at this age were principally the mathematics and most of the branches of study appertaining to that science. I was busily employed in learning languages. Latin was already familiar to me, and I began to read some of the easiest Greek authors without the help of a lexicon. I also perfectly understood English and German. This is the list of my accomplishments at the age of 17. and you may conceive that my hours were fully employed in acquiring and maintaining a knowledge of this various literature. Another task also developed upon me when I became the instructor of my brothers. Ernest was 6 years younger than myself and was my principal pupil. He had been afflicted with ill health from his infancy, through which Elizabeth and I had been his constant nurses. His disposition was gentle, but he was incapable of any severe application. William, the youngest of our family, was yet an infant, and the most beautiful little fellow in the world. His lively blue eyes, dimpled cheeks, and endearing manners inspired the tenderest affection. Such was our domestic circle, from which care and pain seemed forever banished. My father directed our studies, and my mother partook of our enjoyments. Neither of us possessed the slightest preeminence over the other. The voice of command was never heard amongst us, but mutual affection engaged us all to comply with and obey the slightest desire of each other. Pretty solid family. Chapter 2. When I had attained the age of 17, my parents resolved that I should become a student at the University of Ingolstadt. I had hitherto attended the schools of Geneva, but my father thought it necessary for the completion of my education that I should be made acquainted with other customs than those of my native country. It doesn't say where that is. My departure was therefore fixed at an early date, but before the day resolved upon could arrive, the first misfortune of my life occurred. An omen, as it were, of my future misery. Elizabeth had caught the scarlet fever. Okay, yeah, so early 1800s. But her illness was not severe, and she quickly recovered. During her confinement, many arguments had been urged to persuade my mother to refrain from attending upon her. She had at first yielded to our entreaties, but when she heard that her favorite was recovering, she could no longer. Yeah, he's in Swiss. But what country is Ingolstadt? Is that also Swiss? Ingolstadt. Germany. Okay. So he's moving from Switzerland to Germany. Um, When she heard that her favorite was recovering, she could no longer debar herself from her society, and entered her chamber long before the danger of infection was past. The consequences of the imprudence were fatal. On the third day, my mother sickened. Her fever was very malignant, and the looks of her attendants prognosticated the worst event. On her deathbed, the fortitude of benignity of this admirable woman did not desert her. She joined the hands of Elizabeth and myself. My children, she said, my firmest hopes of future happiness were placed on the prospect of your union. This expectation will now be the consolation of your father. Elizabeth, my love, you must supply my place to your younger cousin. Alas, I regret that I am taken from you, and, happy and beloved as I have been, it is not hard to quit you all. But these are not thoughts befitting me. I will endeavor to resign myself cheerfully to death, and will indulge a hope of meeting you in another world. She died calmly, and her countenance expressed affection, even in death. I need not describe the feelings of those whose dearest ties are rent by the most irreparable evil. The void that presents itself to the soul, and the despair that is exhibited on the countenance. It is so long before the mind can persuade itself that she, whom we saw every day, and whose very existence appeared a part of our own, can have departed forever. The brightness of a beloved eye can have been extinguished, and the sound of a voice so familiar and dear to the ear can be hushed, never more to be heard. These are the reflections of the first days, but when the lapse of time proves the reality of the evil, then the actual bitterness of grief commences. Yet, from whom has not that rude hand rent away some dear connection? And why shall I describe a sorrow which all have felt and must feel? Death of his mother is seen as evil, indeed as an irreparable evil. As a child, Mary would sit by her mother's grave and read. There's a special form of grief that be created when they lose those who created them. Much of Victor's effort in making the creature is driven by his thoughts about the evil of death. Correlate the perception of an evil as evil with its emotional impact. Ironically, when he succeeds in making the creature, he makes a motherless one. When Victor describes his grief at the death of his mother, he focuses on the impact on him. He grieves her absence rather than feeling sorrow for the pain she experienced in dying or for the experiences of life she will now miss. Victor's grief at his mother's death plays a central role in shaping his character going forward. It is the mirror of the creature's experience in the novel. Victor grieves the absence of a mother, that is his mother. The creature grieves the presence of an absence, that is a friend, fellow, and mate. Given all that Victor knows of grief and loss, we would expect him to be more sympathetic to the creature's plight. He seems blind to the many things he has in common with his creation. Perhaps he is willfully blind because he must continue to dehumanize his creator in order to distance himself from it and his responsibility for it. Yikes. The time at length arrives when grief is rather an indulgence than a necessity, and that smile that plays upon the lips, although it may be deemed a sacrilege, is not banished. My mother was dead, but we had still duties which we ought to perform. We must continue our course with the rest and learn to think ourselves fortunate, whilst one remains whom the spoiler has not seized. My journey to Ingolstadt, which had been deferred by these events, was now again determined upon. I obtained from my father a respite of some weeks. This period was spent sadly. My mother's death and my speedy departure depressed our spirits, but Elizabeth endeavored to renew the spirit of cheerfulness in our little society. Since the death of her aunt, her mind had acquired new firmness and vigor. Hey, Navy. She determined to fulfill her duties with the greatest exactness, and she felt that the most imperious duty of rendering her uncle and cousins happy had developed upon her. She consoled me, amused her uncle, instructed my brothers, and I never beheld her so enchanting as that at that time, which she was continually endeavoring to contribute to the happiness of others, entirely forgetful of herself. Hi, Navy. Just for context, Elizabeth is Victor's cousin, and Victor's mom wants them to get married. That's what's happened. And he's moving to Germany from Switzerland. Now, just curious. Let's go to Google Maps. How far Geneva? They're about modern day, about a 7-hour drive or a 10-hour train. Huh, to be fair, Geneva is at, like, the farthest point from Switzerland. That's crazy. So you have to actually travel across, like, all of Switzerland. Because Ingolstadt is kind of on the south part, so it is pretty close. It's not like it's not like it's at the north part of Germany. Still, pretty big move. Pretty big move. What's the capital of Germany? Berlin. Is it Berlin? Anyway. Although Switzerland is not very far. Okay. Phew. I got that correct. The day of my departure at length arrived. I had taken leave of all my friends, excepting Clerval, who spent the last evening with us. He bitterly lamented that he was unable to accompany me. He should become a partner with that he, but his father could not be persuaded to part with him, intending that he should become a partner with him in business, in compliance with his favorite theory that learning was superfluous. Jesus. Superfluous. Now that's not a word. In the commerce of ordinary life. Henry had a refined mind, he had no desire to be idle, and was well pleased to become his father's partner, but he believed that a man might be a very good trader, and yet possesses a cultivated understanding. We sat late, listening to his complaints and making many little arrangements for the future. The next morning, early I departed. Tears gushed from the eyes of Elizabeth. They proceeded partly from sorrow at my departure, and partly because she reflected that the same journey was to have taken place 3 months before, when a mother's blessing would have accompanied me. He waited 3 months to go to university. That's crazy. I threw myself into the chase which was to convey me away, and indulged in the most melancholy reflections. I, who had ever been surrounded by amiable companions, continually engaged in endeavoring to bestow mutual pleasure. I was now alone in the university, whither I was going. I must form my own friends, and be my own protector. My life had hitherto been remarkably secluded and domestic, and this had given me inconceivable repugnance to new countenances. I loved my brothers, Elizabeth and Clerval, but these were old familiar faces. But I believed myself totally unfitted for the company of strangers. Such were my reflections as I commenced my journey, but as I proceeded, my spirits and hopes rose. I ardently desired the acquisition of knowledge. I had often, when at home, thought it hard to remain during my youth cooped up in one place, and had longed to enter the world, and take my station among other human beings. Now my desires were complied with, and it would indeed have been folly to repent. I had sufficient leisure for those and many other reflections during my journey to Ingolstadt, which was long and fatiguing. Yeah, it would have taken it way more than 10 hours 200 years ago. At length, the high white steeple of the town met my eyes. White steeple. I'm curious what he means by that. What steeple is he? I like. Ooh, there is actually some big churches. Ooh. Mount St. Moritz. Which is potentially what is being references, or a basilica. Oh, this looks like a wonderful place to visit. Old churches are so cool, dude. Oh. Okay, actually, I don't think this will kill me. Look at this. Okay, 1903. This is, we're too far in the future. I was mainly looking at this one, St. Moritz. Hey chat, let's take a trip. Could also be this. Look at those doors. This is, no, that's probably not it. Ooh. Oh, wow. Yeah, God, it's so beautiful. I'd love to visit Europe. Okay, let's see. What church was in Ingolstadt in 1810, let's say? First university in Bavaria. What building is this? St. Moritz. Okay. I'm thinking it's St. Moritz. This is the one that is probably referenced. These look way more white in a different photo. Yeah. Um, St. Matthias Church. The first Protestant parish church in Ingolstadt is the oldest Bavarian church built in this style. Is it the same as St. Maurice, or is there a different one? Matthias. Oh, could be this one. This is actually the oldest. Either one of those, I think, is probably what is specifically referenced here. Let's take a Frankenstein-based tour on Germany. God, that'd be cool. Wouldn't it be cool? We're going to save that to... Okay. Continuing. I don't remember where we are, but we'll start here. I believe myself totally unfitted for the company of strangers. Such were my reflections as I commenced my journey, but as I proceeded, my spirits and hopes rose. I urgently desired the acquisition of knowledge. I had often, when at home, thought it hard to remain during my youth cooped up in one place, and had longed to enter the world and take my station among other human beings. Now my desires were complied with, and it would indeed have been folly to repent. I had sufficient leisure for these and many other reflections during my journey to Ingolstadt, which was long and fatiguing. At length, the high white steeple of the town met my eyes. Which I'm assuming this now not white-looking building was probably a little bit whiter when it was first made, or 200 years ago. I alighted and was conducted to my solitary apartment to spend the evening as I pleased. The next morning I delivered my letters of introduction and paid a visit to some of the principal professors, and amongst others to M. Kremp, professor of natural philosophy. He received me with politeness and asked me several questions concerning my progress in the different branches of science appertaining to natural philosophy. I mentioned, it is true, with fear and trembling, the only authors I had ever read upon the subjects. The professor stated, "Have you," he said, "really spent your time in studying such nonsense?" I replied in the affirmative, "Every minute." Continued Mr. Kremp with warmth, "Every instant that you have wasted on these books is utterly and entirely lost. You have burdened your memory with exploded systems and useless names. Good God! In what desert land have you lived, where no one was kind enough to inform you that these fancies which you have so greedily imbibed are 1,000 years old, and as musty as they are ancient? I little expected in this enlightened and scientific age to find a disciple of Albertus Magnus and Paracelsus. My dear sir, you must begin your studies entirely anew." This passage is meant to illustrate a problem with self-learning. The autodidacte, someone who teaches himself, may not know the appropriate text to read or the appropriate way to evaluate them. The passage also raises the question of whether there is any benefit to be had in reading about ways of thinking that are considered inaccurate in the current time. We're so certain in the dominant viewpoint of the time that previous ways of thinking do not hold any use? Fair point. So saying, he stepped aside and wrote down a list of several books treating of natural philosophy, which he desired me to procure, and dismissed me. After mentioning that in the beginning of the following week he intended to commence a course of lectures upon natural philosophy in its general relations, and that Mr. Waldman, a fellow professor, would lecture upon chemistry the alternate days that he missed. I returned home, not disappointed, for I had long considered those authors useless, whom the professor had so strongly reprobated. But I did not feel much inclined to study the books which I procured at his recommendation. Is M, should I just read that as Mr.? Mr. Kremp was a little squat man with a gruff voice and a repulsive countenance. The teacher, therefore, did not prepossess me in favor of his doctrine. I didn't like how the teacher looked, so I don't want to read his books. Besides, I had a contempt for the users of modern natural philosophy. It was very different when the masters of the science sought immortality and power. Such views, although futile, were grand, But now the scene was changed. The ambition of the inquirer seemed to limit itself to the annihilation of those visions on which my interest in science was chiefly founded. I was required to exchange chimeras of boundless grandeur for realities of little worth. Such were my reflections during the first 2 or 3 days spent almost in solitude. But as the ensuing week commenced, I thought of the information which Mr. Crump had given me concerning the lectures. And although I could not consent to go and hear that little conceited fellow deliver sentences out of a pulpit, I recollected what he said of Mr. Waldman, whom I had never seen, as he had hitherto been out of town. Partly from curiosity and partly from idleness, I went into the lecturing room, which Mr. Waldman entered shortly after. This professor was very unlike his colleague. He appeared about 50 years of age, but with an aspect expressive of the greatest benevolence. A few grey hairs covered his temples, but those at the back of his head were nearly black. His person was short but remarkably erect, and his voice was the sweetest I had ever heard. He began his lecture by a recapitulation of the history of chemistry and the various improvements made by different men of learning, pronouncing with fervour the names of the most distinguished discoverers, and then took a curious view of the present state of the science and explained many of its elementary terms. After having made a few preparatory experiments, he concluded with a panegyric upon modern chemistry, the terms of which I shall never forget. "The ancient teachers of this science," said he, "promised impossibilities and performed nothing. The modern masters promise very little. They know that metals cannot be transmuted, but that the elixir of life is a chimera. But those philosophers whose hands seem only made to dabble in dirt, and their eyes to pore over the microscope the microscope or crucible, have indeed performed miracles. They penetrate in the recesses of nature, and shew how the works in their hiding places. They ascend into the heavens. They have discovered how the blood circulates, and the nature of the air we breathe. They've acquired new and almost unlimited powers. They can command the thunders of heaven, mimic the earthquake, and even mock the invisible world with its own shadow." I departed highly pleased with this professor and his lecture, and paid him a visit the same evening. His manners in private were even more mild and attractive than in public, for there was a certain dignity in his mien during his lecture, which in his own house was replaced by the greatest affability and kindness. He heard with attention my little narration concerning my studies, and smiled at the names of Cornelius Agrippa and Paracelsus, but without the contempt that Mr. Crump had exhibited. He said that these were men of whose indefatigable zeal modern philosophers were indebted for most of the foundations of their knowledge. They had left to us as an easier task to give new names and arrange in connected classifications the facts which they in a great degree had been the instruments of bringing to light. The labors of men of genius, however erroneously directed, scarcely ever fail in ultimately turning to the solid advantage of mankind. I listened to his statement, which was delivered without any presumption or affection, and then added that his lecture had removed my prejudice against modern chemists, and I, at the same time, requested his advice concerning the books I ought to procure. "I am happy," said Mr. Waldman, "to have gained a disciple, and if your application equals your ability, I have no doubt of your success. Chemistry is that branch of natural philosophy in which the greatest improvements have been made and may be made. It is on that account that I have made it my peculiar study, but at the same time I have not neglected the other branches of science. A man would make a very sorry chemist if he attended to that department of human knowledge alone. If your wish is to become really a man of science and not merely a petty experimentalist, I shall advise you to apply to every branch of natural philosophy, including mathematics. He then took me into his laboratory and explained to me the uses of his various machines, instructing me as to what I ought to procure, and promising me the use of his own when I should have advanced far enough into the science not to derange their mechanism. He also gave me the list of books which I had requested, and I took my leave. Thus ended a day memorable to me. It decided my future destiny. What's up, chat? Hey, Max. You have missed the first 2 chapters. And I'll kind of explain for everyone else that missed the beginning. I think when I am done the book, I'll edit together one video that you can go watch if you want to just hear me read this for hours straight. Might be helpful if you miss any of them. Yeah, I think they'll just be easier than trying to go through different VODs. Like, I'll put them in a playlist for sure, but I might just also post a full video. I think I'm not going to be watching John Boyce on stream, at least not now. I might save that for if I ever, do like full reaction content later in life. I think John Boyce would be good for that. Or like subathon type stuff, you know. Yeah, audiobook. That's kind of what I'm thinking. It's not going to be the most edited. Like, I'm probably not going to edit out spiels of when we go on to find which specific church in Ingolstadt he visited, but you could just read it. I also have the book next to me. And I did also, if you can tell, okay, chapter 3. Are we in chapter 3? What? Wait. My book has chapter 3 listed differently. Wait, what? I mean, yeah, if you want to follow along, I'm just a little confused because my book actually does not make sense. My book's chapter 3 starts with Elizabeth catching scarlet fever and has chapter 4 starting where chapter 3 is. I'm not sure which to believe, quite honestly. Hold on, let's go back to that oak tree shit that happened. could probably just search oak. Okay, there's some discrepancies with the PDF I am reading. I beheld a thing so utterly destroyed. This next paragraph that I have is also different. My book reads, before this, I was not unacquainted with the more obvious laws of electricity. And this goes, the catastrophe of this tree excited my extreme astonishment. On this occasion, a man of great research and natural philosophy was with us, and excited by this catastrophe, he entered on the explanation of a theory which he had formed on the subject of electricity and galvanism, which is at once new and astonishing to me. All that he said threw greatly into the shade Cornelius Agrippa, Albertus Magnus, and Paracelsus. It's the same vibe, but I mean, I'm not surprised there's different printings. Yeah. I'm just surprised that the chapters are different. But by some fatality to overthrow these men disciplined me to pursue my accustomed studies, it seemed to me as if nothing would or could ever be known. All that had so long engaged my attention suddenly grew despicable. By one of those caprices of the mind which we are perhaps most subject to in early youth. Yeah, I'll have some, Max. What are you making? I at once gave up my former occupancies, set down natural history and all its progeny as a deformed and abortive creation, entertained the greatest disdain for a would-be science which could never even step within the threshold of real knowledge. In this mood of mind, I betook myself to the mathematics and the branches of study appertaining to that science as being built upon secure foundations, and so worthy of my consideration. Yeah, this whole thing is different. Curry? Truffle marinara sauce, that sounds interesting. I should probably learn to make curry. I don't have it very often, but the one time I did, I think I just had a bad batch, and so I haven't been so willing to have it again. Like, this whole thing isn't in my copy at all. I'll just read what's in my copy. Thus strangely are our souls constricted, and by such slight ligaments are we bound to prosperity or ruin. When I look back, it seems to me as if this almost miraculous change of inclination and will was the immediate suggestion of the guardian angel of my life, the last effort made by the spirit of preservation to avert the storm that was even then hanging in the stars and ready to envelop me. Her victory was announced by an unusual tranquillity and gladness of soul, which followed the relinquishing of my ancient and lattering tormenting studies. It was thus that I was taught to associate evil with her procession, happiness with their disregard. It was a strong effort of the spirit of good, but it was ineffectual. Destiny was too potent, and her immutable laws had decreed my utter and terrible destruction. That part seems important. This is where my chapter 3 starts, I think. Yeah. This is where my chapter 3 starts. It's actually chapter 2. I do now have curry spice because I made samosas, so I really should use that to make curry, I would assume. Okay, we're gonna consult my book now because I think the ending of what my book has as chapter 3 is a little bit different. Um, because that's just like, you could just have that with like rice, right? Maybe I'll make that for dinner tonight too, actually. Sounds easy. Thank you, everyone. You've decided my dinner. Rice or nan? I don't have that on hand. But I do need to go. Do I need to buy? No, I don't think I need to buy anything right now. Oh well, reading stream. I don't know if I mentioned, but while I was making samosas the other day, basically the reason was, my coworkers and I love the samosas we get from a place near us, and they're really cheap and they're really good. And so the whole day I'm like, you know what? I'll go home. I'll make samosas. I get home. Jasper's like tattooing someone in the kitchen table. I'm like, well, I guess I will make samosas while there's tattooing going on as well. quite a time. There is a lot of curries. Damn, Jesus. Would you say curry's your favorite food, Navy? In the same way that people would say like a salad is their favorite food? Okay, so I'm just trying to find where my book disagrees with this. Okay, it's this part. We're gonna insert a little thing here that my book has. It's gonna be right like after this. Such were the professor's words, rather let me say, such the words of the fate announced to destroy me. As he went on, I felt as if my soul were grappling with a palpable enemy. One by one, the various keys were touched which formed the mechanism of my being. Chord after chord was sounded, and soon my mind was filled with one thought, one conception, one purpose. So much has been done, exclaimed the soul of Frankenstein. More, far more will I achieve. Treading in the steps already marked, I will pioneer a new way, explore unknown powers, and unfold to the world the deepest mysteries of creation. I closed not my eyes that night. My internal being was in a state of insurrection and turmoil. I felt that order would thence arise, and I had no power to produce it. By degrees, after the morning's dawn, sleep came. I awoke, and my yesternight's thoughts were as a dream. There only remained a solution to return to my ancient studies and to devote myself to a science for which I believed myself to possess a natural talent. On the same day, I paid Mr. Waldman a visit, and then it's the same one that we just read. Now I'm just debating if I just read out of my book and just kind of scroll through this for you guys. I might just do that. I'm gonna jump back and forth between these. We're gonna get the story either way. From this day, we're starting on chapter 4 of my book, okay? That's where we're at. From this day, natural philosophy, and particularly chemistry, in the most comprehensive sense of the term, became nearly my sole occupation. I read with ardor these works, so full of genius and discrimination, which modern inquirers have written on the subjects. I attended the lectures and cultivated the acquaintance of the men of science of the university. I found even in Mr. Krempe a great deal of sound sense and real information, combined, it is true, with a repulsive physiognomy and manners, but not on that account the less valuable. In Mr. Waldman, I found a true friend. I think Victor and Holden Caulfield would be friends. Who is that from? His gentleness was never tinged by dogmatism. Catcher in the Rye. I haven't read Catcher in the Rye, I don't think. No, I haven't. And his instructions were given with an air of frankness and good nature that banished every idea of pedantry. In 1,000 ways he smoothed for me the path of knowledge, and made the most abstruse inquiries clear and facile to my apprehension. My application was at first fluctuating and uncertain. It gained strength as I proceeded, and it soon became so ardent and eager that the stars often disappeared in the light of morning whilst I was yet engaged in my laboratory. As I applied so closely, it may be easily conceived that my progress was rapid. My ardor was indeed the astonishment of the students, and my proficiency of the masters. Professor Krempe often asked me with a sly smile how Cornelius Agrippa went on, whilst Mr. Waldman expressed the most heartfelt exultation in my progress. Um, I lost where I was. As I applied so closely, it may be easily conceived that my progress was rapid. Oh no, I read that. 2 years passed in this manner, during which I paid no visit to Geneva, but was engaged heart and soul in the pursuit of some discoveries which I hoped to make. None but those who have experienced them can conceive of the enticements of science. In other studies, you go as far as others have gone before you, and there is nothing more to know. But in a scientific pursuit, there is continual food for discovery and wonder. A mind of moderate capacity, which closely pursued one's study, must infallibly arrive at great proficiency in that study. And I, who continually sought the attainment of one object of pursuit, and was solely wrapped up in this, improved so rapidly, at the end of 2 years I made some discoveries in the improvement of some chemical instruments, which procured me great esteem and admiration at the university. Okay, so we're right there. This footnote just talks about the idea of having a single scientific metaphor is not ideal. Victor knows this well. He is mentored by two complementary, imperfect, and valuable individuals. That is helpful, I think. When I arrived at this point and had become as well acquainted with the theory and practice of natural philosophy as depended on the lessons of any of the professors at Ingolstadt, my residence there being no longer conducive to my improvements, I thought of returning to my friends in my native town, when an accident happened that protracted my stay. One of the phenomena which had peculiarly attracted my attention was the structure of the human frame, and, indeed, any animal endued with life. Whence I often asked myself, did the principle of life proceed? It was a bold question, and one which has ever been considered as a mystery. Yet with how many things are we upon the brink of becoming acquainted, if cowardice or carelessness did not restrain our inquiries. I resolved these circumstances in my mind, and determined thenceforth to apply myself more particularly to those branches of natural philosophy which relate to physiology. Unless I had been animated by an utmost supernatural enthusiasm, my application to this study would have been irksome and almost intolerable. To examine the causes of life, we must first have recourse to death. I became acquainted with the science of anatomy, but this was not sufficient. I must also observe the natural decay and corruption of the human body. In my education, my father had taken the greatest precautions that my mind should be impressed with no supernatural horrors. Uh-oh. Dad says no supernatural horrors. I did not ever remember to have trembled at the tale of superstition, or to have feared the apparition of a spirit. Darkness had no effect on my fancy, and a churchyard was to me merely the receptacle of bodies deprived from life, which from being the seat of beauty and strength had become food for the worm. These are some sentences. Where's my pen? Now I was led to examine the cause and progress of this decay, and forced to spend days and nights in vaults and charnel houses. My attention was fixed upon every object the most insupportable to the delicacy of the human feelings. I saw how the fine form of man was degraded and wasted. I beheld the corruption of death succeeded to the blooming cheek of life. I saw how the worm inherited the wonders of the eye and brain. I paused, examining and analyzing all the minutiae of causation, as exemplified in the change from life to death and death to life, until from the midst of this darkness a sudden light broke in upon me, a light so brilliant and wondrous, yet so simple, that while I became dizzy with the immensity of the prospect which it illustrated, I was surprised that among so many men of genius who had directed their inquiries towards the same science, that I alone should be resolved to discover so astonishing a secret. Biologists can seem godlike in their laboratory research, making decisions pertaining to animal and human life, while having little immediate need to answer to anyone save their conscience. What kind of ethics does practicing applied biology science require? Interesting. I should have a movie night. After we finish this, we should all watch Victor Frankenstein. I had also found some Frankenstein video games from like the 90s that seem kind of interesting. Remember, I am not recording the visions of a madman. The sun does not more certainly shine in the heavens than that which I now affirm is true. As in anyone in my Discord server, really. Some miracle might have produced it, yet the stages of the discovery were distinct and probable. After days and nights of incredible labor and fatigue, I succeeded in discovering the cause of generation and life. Nay, more, I became myself capable of bestowing animation upon lifeless matter. Uh-oh. The astonishment which I had first experienced on this discovery soon gave place to delight and rapture. After so much time spent in painful labor, I guess you could say that, to arrive at once at the summit of my desires was the most gratifying consummation of my toils. But this discovery was so great and overwhelming that all the steps by which I had progressively led to it were obliterated, and I beheld only the result, which had been the study and desire of the wisest men since the creation of the world, was now within my grasp. Not that, like a magic scene, it all opened up upon me at once. The information I had obtained was of a nature rather to direct my endeavors, so soon as I should point them towards the object of my search. Then, to exhibit that object already accomplished, I was like the Arabian who had buried with the dead and found a passage to life, aided only by one glimmering and seemingly ineffectual light. I see by your eagerness and the wonder and hope which your eyes express, my friend, that you expect me to be informed of the secret which with I am acquainted. Frankenstein from 1910 also seems really good. Frankenstein movie marathon, anyone? That cannot be. Listen patiently until the end of my story, and you will easily perceive why I am reserved upon that subject. I will not lead you on, unguarded and argent as I then was, to your destruction and infallible misery. Learn from me, if not by my precepts, at least by my example. How dangerous is the acquirement of knowledge, and how much happier the man is who believes his native town to be the world, than he who aspires to become greater than his nature will allow. When I found so astonishing a power placed within my hands, I hesitated a long time concerning the manner in which I should employ it. Although I possessed the capacity of bestowing animation, yet to prepare a frame for the reception of it, with all its intricacies of fibers, muscles, and veins, still remained a work of inconceivably difficulty and labor. The words that are being used here is really fun, specifically like labor and like conception and conceiving, because he is creating life, right? And how else do you do it? I doubted at first whether I should attempt the creation of a being like myself or one of simpler organization. My imagination was too much exalted by my first success to permit me to doubt of my ability to give life to an animal as complex and wonderful as man. We can definitely have a Frankenstein movie marathon from 1910 and 2015. It's actually very interesting because this book is from about 1810s. Watching a movie from 1910 and then going about like 2010s. The materials at present within my command hardly appeared adequate to such arduous an undertaking, but I doubted not that I should ultimately succeed. I prepared myself for a multitude of reverses. My operations might be incessantly baffled, and at last my work be imperfect. Yet, when I consider the improvement which every day takes place in science and mechanics, I was encouraged to hope my present attempts would at least lay the foundations of future success. Nor could I consider the magnitude and complexity of my plan as an argument of its impracticality. It was with these feelings that I began the creation of a human being, as the minuteness of the parts formed a great hindrance to my speed. I resolved, contrary to my first intention, to make the being of a gigantic stature, that is to say, about 8 feet in height and proportionally large. After having formed this determination, and having spent some months in successfully collecting and arranging my materials, I began. Arranging my materials. Well, if Zircon and you like it, then it must be good. No one can conceive the variety of feelings which bore me onwards, like a hurricane. In the first enthusiasm of success, life and death appeared to be ideal bounds, which I should first break through and pour a torrent of light into our dark world. A new species would bless me as its creator and source. Many happy and excellent natures would owe their being to me. No father could claim the gratitude of his child so completely as I should deserve theirs. Pursuing these reflections, I thought that if I could bestow animation upon lifeless matter, I might, in process of time, although I now found it impossible, renew life where death had apparently devoted the body to corruption. There's a notion that scientists become so engrossed in their own pursuits that they forget that they are standing on the shoulders of giants, as Sir Isaac Newton put it, and instead feel overweening pride of ownership in the science that they are studying and in the results of their research. That's funny that Isaac Newton said that. Such an attitude, occurring time and again in the history of science, impedes scientific progress. In science, knowledge cannot be owned by anyone. Knowledge must be shared, must be questioned, must be built upon. Your victor gets lost in his own ability as a scientist. He forgets that although he may create something new, he's not truly the owner of those creations. We're also reading footnotes from this PDF because some of them are kind of interesting. It is funny that Isaac Newton is kind of saying like, oh, scientists get so caught up and they want it to be over their name instead of just for the pursuit of all mankind, when he got into multiple spats with people trying to copy his ideas, which potentially led to someone's death. May have been involved in that or not. The religious language of this passage connects Victor's ambiguous ambitions to a long tradition of humans playing God. In Jewish folklore, for instance, several giant great rabbis, are said to have made clay animate, much as Adam was formed from clay, according to biblical legend. These animated clay creatures are known as golems, and they resemble men except for the fact that they are mindlessly obedient. Following orders literally, they inevitably become destructive, revealing their creator's arrogance by showing those creators limited foresight and the perils of hubris. Similar patterns play out in many cautionary tales about technology, such as RUR by Karel Capek and Joseph Capek, 1920, a play in which robots confound the expectations of their builders by becoming violently rebellious. And yet, although we are philosophically attuned to our arrogance, and although hubris is a persistent theme in mythology and literature, The temptation to play God seems only to increase with the increasing power of science and technology. This phenomenon is especially evident in two fields of active research: synthetic biology and artificial intelligence. Central to the agenda of the synthetic biology is a literal desire to create new species. For example, bespoke organisms such as mycoplasmic mycoids with the J. Craig Veneer Institute made in 2010 by inserting a lab-assembled genome into a bacterium. The promise of synthetic biology is total genetic control of organisms that can bless us with new foods, drugs, and fuels. The peril is that the future behavior of such bespoke organism, like that of the Capex robots, cannot be completely predicted. AI is arguably even more hubristic and perilous because of the potential for machine intelligence to exceed or be incomprehensible by human intelligence. From a superhuman AI's perspective, arrogant Homo sapiens might be deemed as dangerously irrational as Victor's creature or golems. The reaction of this dude to The Sims. Like, this dude, as in the dude writing this, Jonathan Keats. Yeah, I've got a copy of the book physically and also this PDF that we're reading from. I am interested now in this play. Rosam's Universal Robots. Oh, I found an audiobook for it. Is this in English? Yes, it is. I do think reading plays would be fun too. I love plays. Keeping that in my notes. Yeah, that's very Navy. I do think bringing on other people to help voice plays would be very fun, though. I've always wanted to like read some classic Shakespeare on stream and stuff. I loved reading that in classes. Um, okay. I feel like I've brought up when I like the first year of streaming, so quite a bit ago, the idea of reading Shakespeare on stream. I think we had this discussion. Because I have read plays are also something that I love reading on my free time. This was not able to live down. Now I read Quincy P. Morris from Dracula. Oh yeah. I remember reading Hamlet, and I was reading, I think the part of Hamlet, and the people that I was in a group with, I don't really like, but we had a great time, and I remember them fondly just for that. I actually recently I was going through I keep all the cards that people give me, like Christmas cards, birthday cards. I was recently organizing that again, and I found one from someone in high school who had addressed it to Hamlet being me, because we had, like, each other's contacts in our as, like, Hamlet and other people, I can't remember what they were or who they played. Um, a Hamlet movie is also great, I think. Hamlet looks like, Jared Way. Gerard Way. Anyway, let's where was I? In arranging materials, I began. That's where I. How much of a funny voice it was. I am realizing that I'm not the greatest of voices, but I try to change a little bit when I'm doing different voices for people. I'm not gonna do accents. I'm not reading this entire book in a Switzerland accent. I don't even know what that would sound like. Um, but I'm probably gonna have to do something for the creature. We'll get there. I'm nervous, but we'll get there. Stream for 2 hours? Okay. This is true, but I would imagine that sailor, like, this is his recount word by word, right? So I feel like in this moment, we, the audience, are the sailor listening to his story, listening to Victor Frankenstein's story, right? So if this is just being taken from the sailor's mind, he is hearing it in Victor's Swiss voice, or he is reading it out to someone in probably his version of what Frankenstein sounds like. So he's probably doing a bad Switzerland accent. I guess they're just letters, but either way, it's still Victor's voice saying these things. So you wouldn't really say it in, even if they're letters, you wouldn't really say it in the sailor's voice. It would still be Victor's voice. They're just making its way to a letter format. Where was I? Yes. Anyway, does that make sense of how I'm viewing this? Doesn't matter. No one can conceive the variety of feelings which bore me onwards. Well, this takes place in Canada. It would work. We've got the North Pole access. Um, no one can conceive the variety of feelings which bore me onwards like a hurricane. The first enthusiasm of success, life and death appeared to me ideal bounds, which I should first break through and pour a torrent of light into our dark world. No, I did read this. Pursuing these reflections, I thought that if I could bestow animation upon lifeless matter, I might, in process of time, although I now found it impossible, renew life where death had apparently devoted the body to corruption. Being a foreign man just translate to him being from Quebec. I am also not doing a Quebec accent. God, can you imagine XQC reading Frankenstein on stream? It would be so confusing, but so funny. These thoughts supported my spirits while I pursued my undertaking with unremitting ardor. My cheek had grown pale with study, and my person had become emaciated with confinement. Sometimes on the very brink of certainty I failed, yet still I clung to the hope which the next day or the next hour might realize. One secret which I alone possessed was the hope to which I had dedicated myself, and the moon gazed on my midnight labors, while with unrelaxed and breathless eagerness I pursued nature to her hiding places. Also, I'm just now remembering the Frankenstein robot guy from Red Dead, who was technically in, what, late 1700s, so would have been a little bit before this, 20, 30 years or so. Victor here implies flesh and blood immortality because the universe inherently and automatically renews life from death. All life on Earth depends on things cyclically dying as other things, including humans, procreate, love, flourish, and eventually die as the cycle continues. Victor, due to the very emotional personal experience of having a person he loves pass into death, desires that humans need not have to die, and hence is driven to seek the secret to life regeneration. Um, Life renewing from death is persistent in biblical scriptures, as well as the Anglican Christian Book of Common Prayer, and is a topic highly present through different ontologically from Judeo-Christian Muslim views and indigenous cosmologies. There is a lot of footprints. I thought Red Dead was set in 17. Am I just wrong? Oh, it is 1899. Why was I thinking that? Why was it? Never mind. That's weird. I was thinking it was like 1799. I love history in these eras, right? Like 1700s to like now, right? But it is they get very muddled in my mind, and I want them to be not as muddled. I try so hard. Mainly because I look at like events and fashion and stuff that happens during these times. It is crazy to imagine Red Dead still in 1907, which is where it ends. Okay, so Red Dead's robot person was about 100 years after Frankenstein. So, do you think he just really liked reading Mary Shelley's Frankenstein? Yeah, they are. It's just funny to imagine because I really like Downton Abbey and stuff like that. And it's really funny to imagine Red Dead happening kind of at the same time as like Downton Abbey. The start of Downton Abbey is about the couple years, give or take, the end of Red Dead. So this, when does Bridgerton is 18, like early 1800s, right? I think. Yeah, so Bridgerton would actually be about the same time as Frankenstein in terms of when things take place, if anyone has seen Bridgerton. Um, so that's fun. Um, I'm a little curious what renewing from death is present in biblical scripture. That's probably Adam creating Eve. Not exactly sure. Let's read these passages. I love learning further context. I think it helps. All go to the same place, all are from dust, and to dust all return. That's Ecclesiastes. Job 3:19. He hath cast me into the mire, and I am become like dust and ashes. Genesis is, I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord, which am but dust and ashes. Interesting choices there. They're different ontological from Judeo-Christian Muslim views and indigenous cosmologies. Some of the world's societies have been known to practice infanticide or care for their elderly only up until they become too much of a burden on the younger population, which needs a certain amount of resources to survive. How old is old enough for a human to live, and at what cost to Earth's resources should humans not die at all and be perpetually regenerated through some scientific breakthroughs? Damn, this really is connecting to John Boyce a little bit. Mess with it because, well, they're very recent. Yeah, that's makes sense. It's just funny when the ideas of cowboys seem so far away, but then you still have people doing the same shit. Like farming and stuff is still current. Cowboys are a thing that I see actually fairly often, considering Canada, I guess. Anyway, Victor articulates a set of hypothesized or imagined consequences for his research should it succeed, including the conquering of death and the creation of a race of beings who would worship him. These imaginaries are fictions that follow reasonably but not necessarily from success in his research. Perhaps at this point, Victor might have explored what fictions might reasonably but not necessarily follow from failure or from a different or incomplete kind of success. Victor chooses to conduct his experiments with life in secret. He isolates himself with friends, family, and colleagues at his university. The isolation is both geographical and social. During the period of feverish research and creation, he doesn't exchange correspondence or share his ideas with anyone. Isolation makes it possible for Victor to undertake his grisly and socially unacceptable project. Certainly, his colleagues and family would have intervened to stop him, but Victor's self imposed isolation also makes it impossible for the creature to gain access to the social resources he needs to construct a livable life. He's cut off from the possibility of family, friends, and membership in society. He removes himself from the structured and institutionalized relationships that we depend on for sustenance, fellowship, and relief, such as education, healthcare, and a humane justice system. An individual depends in countless ways on being recognized as a social being, as a person with feelings and rights, enjoying fellowship in social groups, relying on institutions to provide support, to safeguard our rights, and to care for us when we are in need. Victor's decision to conduct his work in isolation and his abandonment of the creature at birth makes it impossible for the creature ever to actually achieve social legibility to participate functionally in society. You're spoiling it! Anyway. Also, I gotta read a Western. Let's just read chronological stuff. Anything that is posted after Frankenstein will be read next. Or published. I like chronological stuff. Yes. Well, I mean, not really, because he is barely an adequate example of a mother and doesn't do any homeschooling. He's abandoned, just fully, right? Like, it's not like he went, I'm gonna cut him off from society. He went, I'm gonna ignore this guy. Right? Like, isn't that how it goes? We'll get there, I guess. Closer almost to a Matilda, but if she never went to school. That's what I said. Yeah. Which is interesting because realistically, Victor was more or less homeschooled until he went to university. Not that his parents, we were presuming, were overly religious. I mean, everyone, almost anyone at this time did go to church, right? So I'm sure he would, but anyway. Who shall conceive the horrors of my secret toil as I dabbled among the unhallowed damps of the grave or tortured the living animal to animate the lifeless clay? My limbs now tremble and my eyes swim with the remembrance. But then a resistless and almost frantic impulse urged me forward. I seemed to have lost all soul or sensation, but for this one pursuit. It was indeed but a passing trance that only made me feel the renowned acuteness so soon as the unnatural stimulus ceasing to operate. I had returned to my old habits. I collected bones from charnel houses and disturbed with profane fingers the tremendous secrets of the human frame. In a solitary chamber, or rather cell, at the top of the house, and separated from all the other apartments by a gallery and a staircase, I kept my workshop of filthy creation. My eyeballs were starting from their sockets in attending to the details of my employment. The dissecting room and the slaughterhouse furnished many of my materials, and often did my human nature turn with loathing from my occupation, whilst still urged on by an eagerness which perpetually increased. I brought my work near to a conclusion. Victor's grave robbing and torture of animals raise the following questions. Do the ends ever justify the means in research or in other areas? If useful data can be gathered through unethical means, should they be? And if such data are so gathered, ought they to form part of the evidence base of science? Yeah. Of course, the ends don't ever depend. It depends. The ends don't ever exactly justify the means, right? But I think we're also in a place in society where a lot of people do donate ethically their bodies to science. I saw a TikTok of this girl who had cancer, and it was a very rare form of cancer, and she lost her arm to it. She had a funeral for that arm, which one very fun. I think it's very cool to see that, honestly. She had like called the funeral house that was storing her arm because she had to have it amputated, and she's like, "Can I see it one last time for like closure and also like to have like a funeral. They hosted this funeral. Because like of course there's a lot of emotions when you lose a body part like that, right? Like there's a lot there, right? But then also this arm was then sent off to study. Because they're like, well, one, she doesn't want this coming back in any of her other limbs, obviously, and also like if we can stop it in other people, because it was a very rare form of cancer or something. I think that TikTok brought up a lot of interesting points that this is also kind of touching on. Yeah. Victor here expresses pangs of conscience as he reflects on his singular goal of animating life. To what extent he sees his conscience as a reliable guide is not clear. From the end, he continues his activities despite these reservations. A sharp emotional reaction of loathing cannot overcome his intense drive, his eagerness to complete his task of animating life. Here, the novel gives expression to the tension between emotional, moral, significant reactions and humans' desire and drive. Yeah. I also skipped most of this and then read back just Nazi doctors during World War II. Like, do the ends justify the means? I don't even think any end to war justifies the means of having a war. Stuff like dudes. There's ways to go about things that, yeah, maybe they'll take a little bit longer, but like to have a better life in the meantime before figuring out stuff, I think is better for at least the individual. We continue. Yeah. I brought my work near to a conclusion. The summer months passed while I was thus engaged, heart and soul in one pursuit. It was the most beautiful season. Never did the fields bestow a more plentiful harvest, or the vines yield a more luxuriant vintage. But my eyes were insensible to the charms of nature. The same feelings which made me neglect the scenes around me caused me also to forget those friends who were so many miles absent, and whom I had not seen for so long a time. I knew my silence disquieted them, and I well remembered the words of my father. I know that while you are pleased with yourself, you will think of us with affection, and we shall hear regularly from you. You must pardon me if I regard any interruption in your correspondence as a proof that your other duties are equally neglected. Curry done. What type of curry did you make? I knew well, therefore, that would be my father's feelings, but I could not tear my thoughts from my employment, loathsome in itself, but which had taken an irresistible hold of my imagination. I wished, as it were, to procrastinate all that related to my feeling of affection until the great object, which swallowed up every habit of my nature, should be completed. Nice. I think I just have jade rice. Actually, I might have. I'm not sure. I wish as it were to procrastinate all that relating to my feeling of affection until the great object which swallowed up my every habit of my nature should be completed. Okay, no, I read that. I then thought that my father would be unjust if he ascribed my neglect to vice or faultiness on my part, but I am now convinced that he was justified in conceiving that I should not be altogether free from blame. A human being in perfection ought always to perceive a calm and peaceful mind, never to allow passion or a transitory desire to disturb his tranquillity. I do not think that the pursuit of knowledge is an exception to this rule. If the study to which you apply yourself has a tendency to weaken your affections and to destroy your taste for those simple pleasures in which no alloy can possibly mix, then that study is certainly unlawful. Interesting take. That is to say, not befitting the human mind. If this rule were always observed, if no man allowed any pursuit whatsoever to interfere with the tranquillity of his domestic affections, Greece had not been enslaved, Caesar would have spared his country, America would have been discovered more gradually, and the empires of Mexico and Peru had not been destroyed. He's taken a very different turn, actually, here. Where he's saying, like, actually, pursuit isn't justified. The study to which you applied yourself has a tendency to weaken your affection and to destroy your taste in simple pleasures. I think he's just saying, like, hey, there's maybe, like, a balance, I guess, of pursuit versus your own, like, humanity. Because the things he's saying is like, well, if people weren't so bent on pursuit, the examples he's given aren't like negatives. This is him reflecting what he did. That's fair. Yeah. That isn't him in the moment. He's thinking, he's like, now that I've created him, maybe this wasn't a good idea. And thinking back on a lot of things in history, maybe humans need to chill a little. Because, yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Like, at least that's kind of my thought. America would have been discovered more gradually. Still, it would have been discovered eventually, which isn't like a bad thing. Like, whatever, humans have all the time in the world. Well, as much as we would think. Empires of Mexico and Peru had not been destroyed. Like, that seems like a pretty big kind of plus to those, to everyone who lived in Mexico and Peru, just for the gain of discovering America a little bit later. Yeah, we're using discovered in quotes, of course. Him in the moment was not so wise. Yeah, he's saying if he's even potentially saying that the people who have done these things, if they looked back and realized all that had come from their discoveries, they might not have sought after them so, like, ferociously or whatever. Like, he's discovering that the actual outcome was kind of a negative and saying, maybe looking back, I shouldn't have maybe spent weeks of my life alone in solitude and cut myself off in the pursuit of this one feat. Maybe I should have, like, hey, talked to my dad, talked to some friends. Like, I still would have been fine in the end, and maybe this thing wouldn't have happened. And he's saying maybe if the people who had discovered America, um, the spaces, that the people who discovered America had 100 years later realized what all that had come, maybe they would have reacted differently, stayed home with their friends and family. It is interesting. It's a very interesting point that he's brought up. Is that right? Like, I hope I'm making sense while I'm talking about this book, because I'm kind of half in my own head and half talking out loud. Sorry, everyone. But I forget that I am moralizing in the most interesting part of my tale, and your looks remind me to proceed. Mm. It's one of those where it's like, I'm not saying this is the right answer. It's definitely a different way to view things. It's all butterfly effect, right? Like, who knows? And it's all, like, in hindsight. This is all about hindsight. It's a hypothetical. My father made no reproach in his letters, and only took notice of my silence by inquiring into my occupations more particularly than before. Winter, spring, and summer passed away during my labors. Oh, months have passed. But I did not watch the blossom or the expanding leaves, sights which before always yielded me supreme delight. So deeply was I engrossed in my occupation, the leaves of that year had withered before my work drew to a close. And now every day showed me more plainly how well I had succeeded. My enthusiasm was checked by my anxiety, and I appeared rather like one doomed by slavery to toil in the mines, or any other unwholesome trade than an artist occupied by his favorite employment. So he's viewing himself more as an artist, but he feels not quite like an artist, I guess. Every night I was oppressed by a slow fever, and I became nervous to a most painful degree. The fall of a leaf startled me, and I shunned my fellow creatures as if I had been guilty of a crime. Sometimes I grew alarmed at the wreck I perceived that I had become. The energy of my purpose alone sustained me. My labors would soon end, and I believed that exercise and amusement would then drive away any incipient disease, and I promised myself both of these when my creation should be complete. So he's talking more of like that artist hyperfixation. Doorbell? 1 second. I think I know what that is. But... Package delivery. He deprived himself of the maintenance level of joy and fulfillment and was surprised when he was driven to heinous deeds. Real. Let's open this package. Unboxing time. I'm kind of, well, not really surprised, but it is like kind of brutal out there today. So let me explain. It's a pop socket. That's all. It's just a pop socket. Did I explain how I fucking broke my pop socket a couple days ago, like a week ago? I was holding my phone in my hand, as you do with your phone and your hands and pop sockets, and I was getting my laundry out um, of the dryer, and somehow my hand was still my phone was still in my hand as I did this. I was getting laundry out of the dryer, and I just clipped the pop socket on like the edge of the dryer and just like snapped it. not even the part that you can like change. So I had to like pry off the glue part of it and get a whole new pop socket. It's been a little annoying, honestly, without a pop socket. I don't know how to hold my phone anymore. It's a space themed pop socket because my case is also space themed. You're curious. It actually is mainly, it's very multicolorful. I feel pop sockets are one of those things that I think once you start using them, you just it's hard to go back. Simply, Navy, you know how phones are getting bigger now for some reason. Um, it's hard to hold them, and I have very small hands. This camera working? Oh, here, I can show you. Here's my phone. Here's the pop socket. I have a very large phone and very small hands, so I need a pop socket so I can hold it. It also helps when I'm putting it against things when I watch YouTube. Avoiding balancing my phone on my pinky finger. It's not extended. Hold on. Hold on. Let me explain further. Okay. Ugh. Come on, camera. So, pop socket is on phone. Oh my goodness, I'm trying not to. This is how I hold my phone. You can kind of see instead of holding it like this all the time, it's much easier to hold it with my fingers in the back here, and then I can type with my thumb. Does that make sense? And then it can stand like this on its own. Look at that. Instead of flat. That's a pop socket. It's like I mean, it's not like a necessary thing, but it is nice to have. I mean, yeah, I can't, my hand is too small to hold my phone like that without it like being kind of uncomfortable for my pinky. And it just provides a little bit better grip for me. It is basically just a thing that you can grip with, so it's kind of more reliant on my ring finger when I normally hold my phone. Rather than like my pinky holding it kind of at the bottom and having like I can move my thumb way easier. Whoops. Yeah, see, that's a you issue. I've been playing Rock Band recently. Did I mention I got a Rock Band guitar for Christmas? Did I mention this at all on stream? I have a Rock Band guitar now instead of just the Guitar Hero ones. I'm more of a fan of Rock Band. One, because the buttons, like, you can slide your hand along them a bit better. Guitar Heroes are, like, out more, and so you have to, like, it's different. It's different. Rock Band guitar, at least the one I have, also has the little part on the bottom of the guitar for small hands and children. So I've been trying not to use that as much, but it is helpful because my hand can't fully reach like the green and the orange at the same time without straining. And then it also like rests on my thumb like a lot. Anyway, so I've been playing Rock Band a little bit. I'd love to play it on stream, but it would be kind of just hard to set up, and also it's all copyrighted music. Maybe one day. Did I finish reading this chapter? Yes, I did. Victor's unease at dealing with body parts from the dead is overpowered by the force of his imagination, propelling him to complete his work. The relationship between imagination, creativity, and conventional views, expressed in this case as strongly negative emotions, recurs through this novel. In sticking with his project, Victor overcomes his own feelings and dismisses his father's. At hand is the question of to what extent feelings express what accuracy, what ought to be done morally. See, Navy, the difference is my hand is small. I get children's gloves from the dollar store. I cube all day, yeah. That is funny. I've learned ukulele a bit. I mainly learned piano, which I've also learned Rock Band 3 has a keyboard. I want that so bad. Okay, Shirley. Yes, I read those. Okay, this says chapter 6 or 4. I'm on chapter 5 in my book, and that's where I'm at. That's the reason you play drums. Ooh. Do you play Rock Band on drums then mainly? I miss the drums because my dad had the Rock Band drum set. Anyway, chapter 5. It was on a dreary night in November that I beheld the accomplishment of my toils. With an anxiety that almost amounted to agony, I collected the instruments of life around me, that I might infuse a spark of being into the lifeless thing that lay at my feet. It was already 1 in the morning. The rain pattered dismally against the panes, and my candle was nearly burnt out, when, by the glimmer of the half-extinguished light, I saw the dull yellow eye of the creature open. It breathed hard, and a convulsive motion agitated its limbs. Oh boy, we're getting to it. I do want to point out the lay at my feet. I'm imagining this is just on the ground. He doesn't have a table. There's usually, in like references to this, there's usually like that big lab table. He's also explained that he's just kind of in like his dorms or wherever making this. I think this thing is just on the ground. Mary refers to a spark that animates Victor's creature, bringing him to life. This reference alludes to the use of electricity to reanimate the body, a relatively new idea at the time of this novel's publication. Towards the end of the 18th century, Luigi Galvani had demonstrated the use of electrical current to activate muscle, a discovery he made on dissected frog legs. Mary was well aware of these experiments, and Galvani's work was one of her main influences in generating the idea for a novel. Furthermore, these principles have endured in medicine. Today, electric stimulus is used to aid millions of human bodies, with everything from defibrillators and pacemakers to partial treatments for paralysis and systems that link prosthetic limbs and cameras to the brain. Very cool stuff, honestly. Electricity is crazy. It's the newest Kung Fu Panda, of course. Emotions again serve to express assessments. On the surface, they are assumed to be correct moral judgments, though in the end, their accuracy is questioned implicitly when Victor's rejection and horror drive the creature away and lead him into the time of the creature's loneliness. How could I describe my emotions at this catastrophe, or how delineate the wretch whom with such infinite pains and care I have endeavored to form? His limbs were in proportion, and I had selected his features as beautiful. Beautiful, great God! His yellow skin scarcely covered the work of muscles and arteries beneath. His hair was of a lustrous black and flowing, his teeth of pearly whiteness, but these luxuriances only formed a more horrid contrast with his watery eyes that seemed almost of the same color as the dune-white sockets in which they were set. His shriveled complexion and straight black lips. It characterizes the moment he succeeds in bringing the creation to life. The creation opens his eyes and gazes back as a catastrophe. Contrast the scene with the same moment of creation and intelligence noted in Genesis 1:30. It was very good. An enduring conversation in the philosophy of beauty asks whether beauty is more an innate property of the thing being considered or resides instead in the eye of the beholder. Conflations of beauty and goodness are also quite common in both popular culture and philosophical inquiry. In many ways, this entire novel explores the relationship between beauty, goodness, and perceptions. This isn't Jonathan here. This is Stephanie. We've got multiple different footnotes. Outwardly, perceptions of beauty or the lack thereof influence how others understand the creature and whether they perceive his actions as good or evil. Imagine how the story would unfold if Victor were instead to have looked upon his creature at this very moment and felt that it was very good. In this scene, as given in the novel, Victor looks for himself in the creature's eyes and finds someone else. Well, have fun watching Kung Fu Panda 4. I haven't seen it. You're leaving Frankenstein for Kung Fu Panda 4? Fun description, though. The different accidents of life are not so changeable as the feelings of human nature. I had worked hard for nearly 2 years for the sole purpose of infusing life in an inanimate body. For this, I had deprived myself of rest and health. I had desired it without an ardor that far exceeded moderation. But now that I had finished, the beauty of the dream vanished, and breathless horror and disgust filled my heart. Unable to endure the aspect of the being I had created, I rushed out of the room and continued a long time traversing my bedchamber, unable to compose my mind to sleep. He immediately went, I'm gonna take a nap. At length, lassitude succeeded to the tumult and I had before endured, and I threw myself on the bed in my clothes, endeavored to seek a few moments of forgetfulness, but it was in vain. I slept indeed, but I was disturbed by the wildest dreams. I thought I saw Elizabeth, in the bloom of health, walking in the streets of Ingolstadt. Delighted and surprised, I embraced her, but as I imprinted the first kiss on her lips, they became livid with the hue of death. Her features appeared to change, and I thought that I held the corpse of my dead mother in my arms. A shroud enveloped her form, and I saw the grave worms crawling in the folds of flannel. I started from my sleep with horror. A cold dew covered my forehead. My teeth chattered, and every limb became convulsed. He's gotta be dramatic, dude. When, by the dim and yellow light of the moon, as it forced its way through the window shutters, I beheld the wretch, the miserable monster whom I am created. He held up the curtain of my bed, and his eyes, if eyes they may be called, were fixed on me. His jaws opened, and he muttered some inarticulate sounds, while a grin wrinkled his cheeks. He might have spoken, but I did not hear. One hand was stretched out, seemingly to detain me, but I escaped and rushed downstairs. I took refuge in the courtyard belonging to the house which I inhabited, where I remained during the rest of the night, walking up and down in the greatest agitation, listening attentively, catching and fearing each sound as if it were to announce the approach of the demoniacal corpse to which I had so miserably given life. Crazy. Victor constantly equates life with animation. Does animacy provide life, or is that... Oh, we're having a what is life conversation here. Is that function served by the metaphysical soul, perpetually found within active human bodies? Within Judeo-Christian Muslim religions, it is the sacred soul placed within the human body during fetal developments by a divine God that makes life different in humans from other animals. Non-human animals are treated differently from humans in Western society, whereas many non-Western societies do not make a striking difference from human to animal to plant. For Western humans, the divine soul is what makes life sacrosanct, but non-human animal life is typically not as important. Is Victor playing God in his laboratory research, trying to infuse life or the spark of a soul within a human body composed of inactive tissue? When is the soul present in humans, if at all? Is soul matter inherent to human tissue, a conception, and therefore present in stem cells? Dude, I don't know. Oh, no mortal could support the horror of that countenance. A mummy again endued with animation could not be so hideous as that wretch. I had gazed on him while unfinished, he was ugly then, but when those muscles and joints were rendered capable of motion, it became a thing such as even Dante could not have conceived. Um, this is just talking about mummies. I don't think we need to... It's there if you want to read it, but... I passed the night wretchedly. Sometimes my pulse beat so quickly and hardly that I felt the palpitation of every artery at others. I nearly sank to the ground through languor and extreme weakness. Mingled with this horror, I felt the bitterness of disappointment. Dreams that had been my food and pleasant rest for so long, a space were now become a hell to me, and the change was so rapid, the overthrow so complete. Morning, dismal and wet, at length dawned, and discovered to my sleepiness and aching eyes the church of Ingolstadt, its white steeple and clock, which indicated the 6th hour. Okay, we're going back to this church photo. Hold on. Hold on. It's this one. It's got a clock. It's St. Matthias. That's the church. It has to be the one. The porter opened the gates of the court, which had that night been my asylum, and I issued into the streets, pacing them with quick steps, as if I sought to avoid the wretch whom I feared every turning of the street would present to my view. I did not dare return to the apartment which I inhabited, but felt impelled to hurry on, although drenched by the rain which poured from a black and comfortless sky. Oh, Max, you may have missed it. I was trying to figure out which exact church it mentions when he arrives to the city. It's this one. It's Saint Matthaus. The book describes it as being white. Obviously, this is a photo 200 years later. The inside's very white. It is the oldest church, I think, in Ingolstadt. Ingolstadt. It was between that one or St. Moritz. We were kind of just looking at these because they look sick as hell. Love to visit. There's also the Basilica. Where's the Basilica? I think it's not this, but holy, ugh. Oh, what is this called again? It's in Catholic churches, like a relic, something like that. That's a skull. That's crazy. Look at this beautiful building. Black and comfortless sky. I continued walking in this manner for some time, endeavoring by bodily exercise to ease the load that weighed upon my mind. I traversed the streets without any clear conception of where I was or what I was doing. My heart palpitated in the sickness of fear, and I hurried on with irregular steps, not daring to look about me. Ooh, a poem! Like one on a lonesome road, who doth walk in fear and dread, and having once turned around, walks on, and turns no more his head, because he knows a frightful friend doth close behind him dread. It is understandable that Victor would experience feelings of fear and awe after realizing he successfully created life. Especially given the strength and power of his creation, however, abandoning and then avoiding the wretch because of his fear means he was also taking responsibility for his creature's life and suffering. Victor's avoidance does not lead to the protection of him and his loved ones, but it intensifies the creature's anguish and destructive behavior. This poem is Coleridge's Ancient Mariner. Interesting. Continuing thus, I came at length opposite to the inn at which the various diligencies and carriages usually stopped. Here I paused, I knew not why, but I remained some minutes with my eyes fixed on a coach that was coming towards me from the other end of the street. As it drew nearer, I observed that it was the Swiss diligence. It stopped just where I was standing, and on the door being opened, I perceived Henry Clerval, who, on seeing me, instantly sprung out. "My dear Frankenstein," exclaimed he, "how glad I am to see you! How fortunate that you should be here at the very moment of my alighting!" Henry's back. Nothing could equal my delight on seeing Clerval. His presence brought back to me thoughts of my father, Elizabeth, and all those scenes of home so dear to my recollection. I grasped his hand, and in a moment forgot my horror and misfortune. I felt suddenly, and for the first time during many months, calm and serene joy. I welcomed my friend, therefore, in the most cordial manner, and we walked towards my college. Clerval continued talking for some time about our mutual friends and his own good fortune in being permitted to come to Ingolstadt. You may easily believe, said he, how great was the difficulty to persuade my father that all necessary knowledge was not comprised of the noble art of bookkeeping, and indeed I believe I left him incredulous to the last, for his constant answer to my unwavering entreaties was the same as that to the Dutch schoolmaster in The Vicar of Wakefield. I have 10,000 florins a year without Greek, I eat heartily without Greek. But his affection for me at length overcame his dislike of learning, and he has permitted me to undertake a voyage of discovery to the land of knowledge. It gives me the greatest delight to see you, but tell me how you left my father, brothers, and Elizabeth. Very well and very happy, only a little uneasy that they hear from you so seldom. By the by, I mean to lecture you a little upon account of myself, but, my dear Frankenstein, continued he, stopping short and gazing full in my face, I did not before remark how very ill you appear, so thin and pale, and look as you've been watching for several nights. Yeah. You have guessed right. I have lately been so deeply engaged in one occupation that I have not allowed myself sufficient rest, as you see, but I sincerely hope, that all these employments are now at an end, and that I am at length free. I trembled excessively. I could not endure to think of, and far less to allude to, the occurrences of the preceding night. I walked with a quick pace, and we soon arrived at my college. I then reflected, and the thought made me shiver, that the creature whom I had left in my apartment might still be there, alive and walking about. I dreaded to behold this monster, but I feared still more that Henry should see him. Entreating him, therefore, to remain a few minutes at the bottom of the stairs, I darted up towards my own room. My hand was already on the lock of the door before I recollected myself. I then paused, and a cold shiver came over me. I threw the door forcibly open, as children are accustomed to do when they expect a spectre to stand in waiting room for them on the other side, but nothing appeared. I stepped fearfully in, the apartment was empty, and my bedroom was also freed from its hideous guest. I could hardly believe that so great a good fortune could have befallen me. When I became assured that my enemy had indeed fled, I clapped my hands for joy and ran down to Clerval. We ascended into my room, and the servant presently brought breakfast, but I was unable to contain myself. This man would not cook for himself. This man would have died of starvation if he did not have a servant. I lost where I was. I was unable to contain myself. It was not joy only that possessed me. I felt my flesh tinged with the excess of sensitiveness, and my pulse beat rapidly. I was unable to remain for a single instant in the same place. I jumped over the chairs, clapped my hands, and laughed aloud. Clerval at first attributed my unusual spirits to joy on his arrival. When he observed me more attentively, he saw a wildness in my eyes, which he could not account, and my loud, unrestrained, heartless laughter frightened and astonished him. My dear Victor, cried he, what for God's sake is the matter? Do not laugh in that manner. How ill you are! What is the cause of all this? Do not ask me, cried I, putting my hands before his eyes, for I thought I saw the dreaded spectre glide into the room. He can tell. Oh, save me, save me! I imagined that the monster seized me. I struggled ferociously and fell down in a fit. Poor Clerval. Well, must he have been his feelings? A meeting which he anticipated with so much joy so strangely turns to bitterness. But I was not the witness of his grief, for I was lifeless and did not recover my senses for a long, long time. This was the commencement of a nervous fever, which confined me for several months. During all that time, Henry was my only nurse. I afterwards learned that, knowing my father's advanced age and unfitness for so long a journey, and how wretched my sickness would make Elizabeth, he spared them this grief by concealing the extent of my disorder. He knew that I could not have a more kind and attentive nurse than himself, and firm in the hope he felt of my recovery, he did not doubt that, instead of doing harm, he performed the kindest action that he could towards them. But I was in reality very ill, and surely nothing but the unbounded and unremitted attentions of my friend could have restored me to life. The form of the monster on whom I had bestowed existence was forever before my eyes, and I raved incessantly concerning him. Doubtless my words surprised Henry. He at first believed them to be the wanderings of my disturbed imagination, but the pertinency with which I continued recurring to the same subject persuaded him that my disorder indeed owed its origins to some uncommon and terrible event. By very slow degrees, and with frequent relapses that alarmed and grieved my friend, I recovered. I remember the first time I became capable of observing outward objects with any kind of pleasure. I perceived that the fallen leaves had disappeared and that the young buds were shooting forth from the trees that shaded my window. I'm just picturing him. He's not like attending classes or something, but he still like goes to college, I guess. Just feels so weird. That would not fly modern time. It was a divine spring, and the season contributed greatly to my convalescence. I felt also sentiments of joy and affection revive in my bosom. My gloom disappeared, and in a short time I became as cheerful as before I was attacked by that fatal passion. Skipping classes, he'd be like kicked out of college, right? And sure, like his dad's paying for his apartment and stuff, right? If he's missed 2 years of classes, unless he's somehow also going to classes while making this, it doesn't really say. It's a little, it's a little confusing. But also, I think universities work a little different now. That's crazy. That's not how my university worked. If your grades get too low, they kick you out. But I do think college at this time especially worked a little bit differently. Also, his father is like rich and paying for it anyway, so they probably wouldn't have kicked him out. And I'm sure he still used the college to help him. Like he still talked to, no, because he didn't. He said he stopped going to classes and stuff. So I don't know. He probably still used like the library and maybe some tools. I mean, I maybe. I think it depends on the school, probably. Anyway, dearest Clerval, I exclaimed I, How kind, how very good you are to me. This whole winter, instead of being spent in study, as you promised yourself, has been consumed in my sick room. How shall I ever repay you? I feel the greatest remorse for the disappointment of which I have been the occasion, but you will forgive me. You will repay me entirely if you do not discompose yourself, but get well as fast as you can, and since you appear in such good spirits, I may speak to you on one subject, may I not? I trembled. One subject? What could it be? Could he allude to an object of which I dare not even think? Compose yourself, said Clerval, who observed my change of color. I will not mention it if it agitates you, but your father and cousin would be very happy if they received a letter from you in your own handwriting. They hardly know how ill you have been, and are uneasy at your long silence. Is that all, my dear Henry? How could you suppose that my first thought would not fly towards those dear, dear friends whom I love, and who you are so deserving of my love? If this is your present temper, my friend, you will perhaps be glad to see a letter that has been lying here some days for you. It is from your cousin, I believe. Oh boy. Okay, so we are on chapter 6 in my book. We're going by my book, because the PDF seems to cut out paragraphs for some reason. I'll be showing you guys the PDF as well because it sometimes has some interesting footnotes. So, Frankenstein has created the monster, and then immediately took a nap. Henry Clerval has showed up again to take care of him and nurse him back to health for like a couple months. So I think that's basically where we left off. Need my lamp. Okay. So, chapter 6. Clerval then put the following letter into my hands. It was from my own Elizabeth. My dearest cousin, you have been ill, very ill, and even the constant letters of dear kind Henry are not sufficient to reassure me in your account. You are forbidden to write, to hold a pen, yet one word from you, dear Victor, is necessary to calm our apprehensions. For a long time I have thought that each post would bring this line, and my persuasions have restrained my uncle from undertaking a journey to Ingolstadt. Oh, this writing is even extremely different from what my book has. Oh yeah, because these are translated. Are they translated? They would be, right? No, they're from English. Just different versions have different publications of different versions, I guess. This letter is completely different on my end. I have prevented his encountering the inconveniences and perhaps dangers of so long a journey, yet how often have I regretted not being able to perform it myself? I figured to myself that the task of attending on your sick bed has devolved on some mercenary old nurse who can never guess your wishes, nor minister to them with the care and affection of your poor cousin. Yet that is over now. Clerval writes that indeed you are getting better. I eagerly hope that you will confirm this intelligence soon in your own handwriting. Does this... Hold on. Okay. This kind of describes it a bit differently. It just says, I cannot describe to you the uneasiness we have all felt concerning your health. We cannot help imagining that your friend Clerval conceals the extent of your disorder. For it is now several months since we have seen your handwriting, and all this time you have been obliged to dictate your letters to Henry. Surely, Victor, you must have been exceedingly ill, and this makes us all very wretched, as much so nearly as after the death of our dear mother. My uncle was almost persuaded that you were indeed dangerously ill, and could hardly be restrained from undertaking a journey to Ingolstadt. Clerval always writes that you are getting better. I eagerly hope that you will confirm your intelligence soon in your own writing. For indeed, indeed, Victor, we are all very miserable on this account. Relieve us from this fear, and we shall be the happiest creatures in the world. Your father's health is now so vigorous that he appears 10 years younger since last winter. Ernest also is so much improved that you would hardly know him. He is now nearly 16 and has lost that sickly appearance which he had some years ago. He has grown quite robust and active. My book just says, get well and return to us. You will find a happy, cheerful home and friends who love you dearly. Your father's health is vigorous, and he asks but to see you, but to be assured that you are well, and not a care will ever cloud his benevolent countenance. How pleased you would be to remark that improvement of our Ernest. He is now 16 and full of activity and spirit. He is desirous to be a true Swiss and to enter into foreign service. But we cannot part with him, at least until his elder brother returns to us. My uncle is not pleased with the idea of a military career in a distant country, but Ernest never had your powers of application. He looks upon study as an odious fetter. His time is spent in the open air, climbing the hills or rowing on the lake. I fear that he will become an idler, unless we yield to the point and permit him to enter on the profession which he has selected. We're just going back and forth between this and the PDF. It's... My uncle and I conversed a long time last night about what profession Ernest should follow. His constant illness when young has deprived him of the habits of application, and now that he enjoys good health, he is continually in the open air, climbing hills or rowing on the lake. I therefore propose that he should be a farmer, which you know, cousin, is a favorite scheme of mine. A farmer is a very healthy, happy life, and the least hurtful, or rather the most beneficial profession of any. My uncle had an idea of his being educated as an advocate, that through his interest he might become a judge. But besides that he is not at all fitted for such an occupation, it is certainly more creditable to cultivate the earth.
Hatsune Miku 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 Hatsune Miku.
Thank you, Zircon, for Hatsune Miku 45 months. Is this a song? Is this a Hatsune Miku original? Hatsune Miku original is just her saying her name 10 times. So you could get Hatsune Miku's voice to be the text-to-speech, right? I mean, you can get anything, but that is an option. I think that would be funny. For Zircon specifically. Anyway, where was I? I was gonna sneeze there for a second. Okay, it's gone. For now. But besides that, he is not at all fitted for such an occupation. It is certainly more creditable to cultivate the earth for the sustenance of man than to be the confidant and sometimes the accomplice of his vices, which is the profession of a lawyer. I said that the employments of a prosperous farmer, if they were not more honorable, they were at least a happier species of occupation than that of a judge, whose misfortune it was always to meddle with the dark side of human nature. My uncle smiled and said that I ought to be an advocate myself, which put an end to the conversation on that subject. Little alteration, except the growth of our dear children, has taken place since you left us. The blue lake and snow-clad mountains, they never change, and I think our placid home and our counted hearts are regulated by the same immutable laws. My trifling occupations take up my time and amuse me, and I am rewarded for any exertions by seeing none but happy, kind faces around me. Since you left us, but one change has taken place in our little household. And this says, and now I must tell you a little story that will please and perhaps amuse you. Do you remember on what occasions Justine Moritz entered our family? Probably you do not. I will relate her history, therefore, in a few words. Madame Moritz, her mother, was a widow with 4 children, of whom Justine was the third. This girl had always been the favorite of her father, but through a strange perversity, her mother could not endure her, and after the death of Miss Moritz, treated her very ill, or Mr. Moritz, sorry. My aunt observed this, and when Justine was 12 years of age, prevailed on her mother to allow her to live at our house. The republican institutions of our country have produced simpler and happier manners than those which prevail in the great monarchs that surround it. Hence there is less distinction between the several classes of its inhabitants, and the lower orders, being neither so poor nor so despised. Their manners are more refined and moral. A servant in Geneva does not mean the same thing as a servant in France and England. Justine, thus received in our family, learned the duties of a servant, a condition which, in our fortunate country, does not include the idea of ignorance, and a sacrifice of the dignity of a human being. Damn. Justine, you may remember, was a great favorite of yours, and I recollect you once remarked that if you were in an ill humor, one glance from Justine could dissipate it, for the same reason that Aristo gives concerning the beauty of Angelica. She looked so frank-hearted and happy. My aunt conceived a great attachment for her, by which she was induced to give her an education superior to that which she had at first intended. This benefit was fully repaid. Justine was the most grateful little creature in the world. I do not mean that she made any professions. I never heard one pass her lips. But you could see by her eyes that she almost adored her protectress. Although her disposition was gay and in many respects inconsiderate, yet she paid the greatest attention to every gesture of my aunt. She thought her the model of all excellence, and endeavored to imitate her phraseology and manners, so that even now she often reminds me of her. We haven't met this Justine, have we? I don't think so. When my dearest aunt died, everyone was too much occupied in their own grief to notice poor Justine, who had attended her illness with the most anxious affection. Poor Justine was very ill, but other trials were reserved for her. Justine isn't the mum, right? Wait, now I don't remember. One by one, her brothers and sister died, and her mother, with the exception of her neglected daughter, was left childless. The conscience of the woman was troubled. She began to think that the deaths of her favorites were a judgment from heaven to chastise her partiality. She was a Roman Catholic, and I believe her confessor confirmed the idea which she had conceived. Accordingly, a few months after your departure for Ingolstadt, Justine was called home by her repentant mother. Poor girl, she wept when she quitted our house. She was much altered since the death of my aunt. Grief had given softness and a winning mildness to her manners, which had before been remarkable for vivacity. Nor was her residence at her mother's house of a nature to restore her gaiety. The poor woman was very vacillating in her repentance. She sometimes begged Justine to forgive her unkindness, but much oftener accused her of having caused the deaths of her brothers and sisters. Perpetual fretting at a length threw Madame Moritz into a decline, which at first increased her irritability, but she is now at peace forever. She died on the first approach of cold weather at the beginning of this last winter. Justine has returned to us, and I assure you I love her tenderly. She's very clever and gentle and extremely pretty. As I mentioned before, her mien and her expressions continually remind me of my dear aunt. I must say also a few words to you, my dear cousin, of little darling William. I wish you could see him. He's very tall of his age, with sweet laughing blue eyes, dark eyelashes, and curling hair. When he smiles, two little dimples appear on each cheek, which are rosy with health. He has already had one or two little wives, but Louisa Byron is his favorite, a pretty little girl of 5 years of age. Now, dear Victor, I dare say you wish to be indulged in a little gossip concerning the good people of Geneva. The pretty Miss Mansfield has already received the congratulatory visits on her approaching marriage with a young Englishman, John Melbourne, Esquire. Her ugly sister, Menon, married Mr. Duvillard, the rich banker, last autumn. Your favorite schoolfellow, Louise Menor, has suffered misfortunes since the departure of Clerval from Geneva, but he has already recovered his spirits and is reported to be on the point of marrying a very lively, pretty Frenchwoman. Madame Tavernier. She is a widow and much older than Manoir, but she is very much admired and a favorite with everybody. I have written myself into better spirits, dear cousin, but my anxiety returns upon me as I conclude. Write, dearest Victor. One line, one word, will be a blessing to us. 10,000 thanks to Henry for his kindfulness, his affection, and his many letters. We are sincerely grateful. Adieu, my cousin. Take care of yourself, and I entreat you, write. Elizabeth, Geneva, March 18th, 17 something. Dear, dear Elizabeth, I exclaimed when I read her letter, I will write instantly and relieve them from the anxiety they must feel. I wrote, and this exertion greatly fatigued me, but my convalescence had commenced and proceeded regularly. In another fortnight I was able to leave my chamber. One of my first duties on my recovery was to introduce Clerval to the several professors of the university. In doing this I underwent a kind of rough usage, ill befitting the wounds that my mind has sustained. Ever since that fatal night, the end of my labors and the beginning of my misfortunes, I had conceived a violent antipathy. Antipathy? A violent antipathy, even to the name of the natural philosophy. When I was otherwise quite restored to health, the sight of a chemical instrument would renew all the agony of my nervous symptoms. Henry saw this and had removed all my apparatus from my view. He had also changed my apartment, for he perceived that I had acquired a dislike for the room, which had previously been my laboratory. But these cares of Clerval were made of no avail when I visited the professors. Mr. Waldman inflicted torture when he praised, with kindness and warmth, the astonishing progress I had made in the sciences. He soon perceived that I disliked the subject, but not guessing the real cause, he attributed my feelings to modesty and changed the subject for my improvement to the science itself, with the desire, as I evidently saw, of drawing me out. What could I do? He meant to please, and he tormented me. I felt as if he had placed carefully, one by one, in my view, those instruments which were to be afterwards used in putting me to a slow and cruel death. I writhed under his words, yet dared not exhibit the pain I felt. Clerval, whose eyes and feelings were always quick in discerning the sensation of others, declined the subject, alleging in excuse his total ignorance, and the conversation took a more general turn. What does it say? It is only in hindsight that Victor recognizes the consequences of engaging in unreflective natural philosophy or scientific study. Had he seriously considered the ethical consequences of making his creature, and had these considerations outweighed his hubris and desire for personal success, it is unlikely he would have proceeded. This healthy fear of unchecked scientific progress that Victor develops too late highlights the need for attention to the scientist's personal and professional development, as well as the need for scientists to engage in self-reflection to consider ethical issues before they commence scientific studies. Maintaining his secret and keeping positive human interactions causes Victor distress, but his failure to have positive interactions with the creature causes the creature distress as well. The challenge not to allow feelings to be visible in normal bodily reactions is immense. Cultural systems see emotions as embodied. From shortly after birth, infants are able to read approval and disapproval on their parents' faces. When I edit this together, should I keep in like the footnotes and kind of like reaction stuff, or just be the book, like audiobook? I thanked my friend from my heart, but I did not speak. I saw plainly that he was surprised, but he never attempted to draw my secret from me. And although I loved him with a mixture of affection and reverence that knew no bounds, and I could never persuade myself to confide to him the extent which was so often present to my recollection, but which I feared the detail to another would only impress more deeply. Mr. Kremp was not equally docile, and in my condition at that time of almost insupportable sensitiveness, his harsh, blunt encomiums gave me even more pain than the benevolent approbation of Mr. Waldman. I don't know how to pronounce this. It's just D/N. Dun? Don the fellow? Don the fellow, cried he. Why, Mr. Clerval, I assure you he has outstripped us all. Ay, stare if you please, but it is nevertheless true. A youngster who, but a few years ago, believed in Cornelius Agrippa as firmly as in the gospel, has now set himself at the head of the university, and if he is not soon pulled down, we shall all be out of countenance. Ay, ay, continued he, observing my face expressive of suffering. Mr. Frankenstein is modest, an excellent quality in a young man. Young men should be diffident of themselves, you know, Mr. Clerval. I was myself when young, but that wears out in a very short time. Mr. Kremp had now commenced a eulogy on himself, which happily turned the conversation from a subject that was so annoying to me. Clerval had never sympathized in my taste for natural science, and his literary pursuits differed wholly from those who had occupied me. He came to the university with the design of making himself complete master of the Oriental languages, as thus he should open a field for the plan of life he had marked out for himself. Resolved to pursue no inglorious career, he turned his eyes towards the east as affording scope for his sprint of enterprise. The Persian, Arabic, and Sanskrit languages engaged his attention, and I was easily induced to enter on the same studies. Idleness had never been irksome to me, and now that I wished to fly from reflection and hated my former studies, I felt great relief in being the fellow pupil with my friend, and found not only instruction but consolation in the works of the Orientalists. I did not, like him, attempt a critical knowledge of their dialects, for I did not contemplate making any other use of them than temporary amusement. I read merely to understand their meaning, and they well repaid my labors. Okay, this also has a little bit of extra on the PDF. Clerval was no natural philosopher. His imagination was too vivid for the minutiae of science. Languages were his principal study, and he sought, by acquiring their elements, to open a field for self-instruction on his return to Geneva. Persian, Arabic, and Hebrew gained his attention after he had made himself perfectly master of Greek and Latin. Yeah. Their melancholy is soothing and their joy elevating, to a degree I had never expressed in studying the authors of any other country. When you read their writings, life appears to consist in a warm sun and a garden of roses, and the smiles and frowns of a fair enemy, and the fire that consumes your own heart. How different from the manly and heroic poetry of Greece and Rome. Victor's observation about Clerval underscores the romantic interest in the problem of the degree of imaginative power necessary to the arts versus the sciences. In Biographia Literaria, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, for example, defines the difference between the active imaginative act, and the fancy, the recounting of a memory that may be altered or extended, but that is always passive. Clerval is described as having too much imagination for science because imagination is defined as in opposite to details. Yet earlier, Victor has detailed his belief that his attraction to science comes in part from his visionary quality. This apparent contradiction in Victor's position, which may be Mary's way of showing the character's limitations, remains unresolved. However, it is notable that by the 1831 edition, this point about the imagination being too vivid for science had been omitted. Oh. Okay. Summer passed away in these occupations, and my return to Geneva was fixed for the latter end of autumn. But being delayed by several accidents, winter and snow arrived, the roads were deemed impassable. My journey was delayed until the ensuing spring. I felt this delay very bitterly, for I longed to see my native town and my beloved friends. My return had only been delayed so long from an unwillingness to leave Clerval in a strange place before he had become acquainted with any of its inhabitants. The winter, however, was spent cheerfully, and although the spring was uncommonly late, when it came its beauty compensated for its dilatoriness. The month of May had already commenced, and I expected the letter daily which was to fix the date of my departure, when Henry proposed a pedestrian tour of the environs of Ingolstadt, that I might bid a personal farewell to the country I had so long inhabited. I acceded with pleasure to this proposition. I was fond of exercise, and Clerval had always been my favorite companion in the rambles of this nature that I had taken along the scenes of my native country. We passed a fortnight in these perambulations. My health and spirits had long been restored, and they gained additional strength from the salubrious air I breathed, the natural incidents of our progress, and the conversation of my friend. Study had before secluded me from the intercourse of my fellow creatures, and rendered me unsocial, but Clerval called forth the better feeling of my heart. He again taught me to love the aspect of nature and the cheerful faces of children. Excellent friend, how sincerely did you love me and endeavor to elevate my mind until it was on a level with your own. A selfish pursuit had cramped and narrowed me until your gentleness and affection warmed and opened my senses. They went out on the town and picked up girls. That's what happened. I became the same happy creature who, a few years ago, loved and beloved by all, had no sorrow or care. When happy, inanimate nature had the power of bestowing on me the most delightful sensations, a serene sky and verdant fields filled me with ecstasy. Present season was indeed divine. The flowers of spring bloomed in the hedges, while those of summer were already in bud. I was undisturbed by thoughts which during the preceding year had pressed upon me, notwithstanding my endeavors to throw them off with an invincible burden. Henry rejoiced in my gaiety, and sincerely sympathized in my feelings. He exerted himself to amuse me, while he expressed the sensations that filled his soul. The resources of his mind on this occasion were truly astonishing. His conversation was full of imagination, and very often in imitation of the Persian and Arabic writers. He invented tales of wonderful fancy and passion. At other times he repeated my favorite poems or drew me out into arguments, which he supported with great ingenuity. We returned to our college on a Sunday afternoon. The peasants were dancing, and everyone we met appeared gay and happy. My own spirits were high, and I bounded along with feelings of unbridled joy and hilarity. This whole chapter is just him being like, man, Henry's the best. Henry's the best friend anyone could ask for. I love him dearly. Okay, chapter 7. Actually, I'm gonna have some water. Hold on. On my return, I found the following letter from my father. My dear Victor, you have probably waited impatiently for a letter to fix the date of your return to us, and I was at first tempted to write only a few lines, merely mentioning the day on which I should expect you. But that would be a cruel kindness, and I dare not do it. What would be your surprise, my son, when you expect a happy and glad welcome to behold, on the contrary, tears and wretchedness? And how, Victor, can I relate our misfortune? Absence cannot have rendered you callous to our joys and griefs, and how shall I inflict pain on my long absent son? I wish to prepare you for the woeful news, but I know it is impossible. Even now your eye skims over the page to seek the words which are to convey you with this horrible tidings. William is dead! That sweet child whose smiles delighted and warmed my heart, who was so gentle yet so gay. Victor, he is murdered! I will not attempt to console you, but I will simply relate the circumstances of the last transaction. What? Halfway through this, I was about to be like, this is like my mom texting me literally today. And it did not. It took a turn, actually. Um, my mom just texted me, hey, when are you going to visit again? I miss you. And then she made a joke that was just, I haven't seen you all year. because it's January and I haven't visited her this month. My mother did not, in fact, inform me that someone had died, so that's good. This is written so weird, though. William is dead! Last Thursday, May 7th, I, my niece, and your two brothers went to walk in Plain Palais. The evening was warm and serene, and we prolonged our walk further than usual. It was already dusk before we thought of returning, and then we discovered that William and Ernest, who had gone on before, were not to be found. We accordingly rested on a seat until they should return. Presently Ernest came and inquired if we had seen his brother. He said that he had been playing with him, that William had run away to hide himself, and that he vainly sought for him, and afterwards waited for him a long time, but he did not return. This account rather alarmed us, and we continued to search for him until night fell, when Elizabeth conjectured that he might have returned to the house. He was not there. We returned again with torches, for I could not rest when I thought that my sweet boy had lost himself, and was exposed to all the damps and dews of night. Elizabeth also suffered extreme anguish. About 5 in the morning, I discovered my lovely boy, whom the night before I had seen blooming and active in health, stretched on the grass, livid and motionless. The print of the murderer's finger was on his neck. He was conveyed home, and the anguish that was visible on my countenance betrayed the secrets to Elizabeth. She was very earnest to see the corpse. At first I attempted to prevent her, but she persisted, and entering the room where it lay, hastily examined the neck of the victim, and clasping her hands, exclaimed, "Oh God, I have murdered my darling child." She fainted and was restored with extreme difficulty. When she again lived, it was only to weep and sigh. She told me that the same evening William had teased her to let him wear a very valuable miniature that she possessed of your mother. This picture is gone, and was doubtless the temptation which urged the murderer to the deed. We have no trace of him at present, although our exertions to discover him are unremitted, but they would not restore my beloved William. Come, dearest Victor, you alone can console Elizabeth. She weeps continually and accuses herself unjustly as the cause of this death. Her words pierce my heart. We are all unhappy, but will not that be an additional motive for you, my son, to return and be our comforter? Your dear mother, alas, Victor, I now say, thank God she did not live to witness the cruel, miserable death of her youngest darling. Come, Victor, not brooding thoughts of vengeance against the assassin, but with feelings of peace and gentleness that will heal, instead of festering the wounds of our minds. Enter the house of mourning, my friend, but with kindness and affection for those who love you, and not with hatred for your enemies. Your affectionate and afflicted father, Alphonse Frankenstein. Gee, I wonder. I wonder who. I wonder who we haven't heard from in a long time. That's a pivotal thing of this story. I wonder who could have possibly killed William and stolen a photo of Frankenstein's mother. Ugh, okay, so I'm yawning. Clerval, who had watched my countenance as I read this letter, was surprised to observe the despair that succeeded to the joy I at first expressed on receiving news from my friends. I threw the letter on the table and covered my face with my hands. "My dear Frankenstein," exclaimed Henry, when he perceived me weep with bitterness, "are we always to be unhappy? My dear friend, what has happened?" I motioned to him to take up the letter while I walked up and down the room in the extremest agitation. Tears also gushed from the eyes of Clerval as he read the account of my misfortune. "I can offer you no consolation, my friend," said he. "Your disaster is irreparable. What do you intend to do?" "To go instantly to Geneva. Come with me, Henry, to order the horses." During our walk, Clerval endeavored to say a few words of consolation. He could only express his heartfelt sympathy. "Poor William," said he. "Dear lovely child, he now sleeps with his angel mother, who that had seen him bright and joyous in his young beauty, but must weep over his untimely loss. To die so miserably, to feel the murderer's grasp, how much more a murderer that could destroy such radiant innocence. Poor little fellow, one only consolation have we, his friends mourn and weep, but he is at rest. The pang is over, his sufferings are at an end forever. A sod covers his gentle form, and he knows no pain. He can no longer be a subject for pity. We must reserve that for his miserable survivors." Jeez. Clerval spoke thus as we hurried through the streets. The words impressed themselves on my mind, and I remembered them afterwards in solitude. But now, as soon as the horses arrived, I hurried into a chair. Cabriolet? Cabriolet? Is that like a type of chariot? Hold on. Cabriole? There's two different spellings of this. What is this? Cabriolet is... Well, I don't think it's a car. Um, I don't think... I don't think Victor's pulling up with horses in this. It's probably this. It's just a carriage. This also says, "Those maxims of the Stoics that death was no evil, and that the mind of a man ought to be superior to despair on the eternal absence of a beloved object, ought not to be urged. Even Cato wept over the dead body of his brother." Who's Cato? Is that Greek? Cato the Younger, Roman senator during the late Republic. Not the clothing company. Cause of death, suicide. Oh, opposition to Julius Caesar. He was protecting the traditional Roman values he believed were in decline. Ooh, there's a statue of him in the Louvre. This is Cato. This is who he's referencing. Who also married his cousin. He volunteered to fight against Spartacus. During his service in Macedonia, he received the news that his beloved half-brother Caepio was ill and dying in Thrace. He immediately went to see him, but was unable to arrive before his brother's death. Cato was overwhelmed with grief, and ignoring stoic principles of apatheia, he spared no expense to organize lavish funeral ceremonies. After the end of his military commission, he traveled through Asia Minor and through Galatia before returning to Rome. He also visited Pompey, who was then supervising the final stages of the Third Mithridatic War. Oh well, there's a lot. Oh my goodness. Okay, anyway. The bell spoke as we hurried through the streets. The words impressed themselves upon my mind, and I remembered them afterwards in solitude. But now, as soon as the horses arrived, I hurried into a cabriolet and bade farewell to my friend. My journey was very melancholy. At first I wished to hurry on, for I longed to console and sympathize with my loved and sorrowing friends. But when I drew near my native town, I slackened my progress. I could hardly sustain the multitude of feelings that crowded into my mind. I passed through scenes familiar to my youth, but which had not seen for nearly 6 years. How altered everything might be during that time. One sudden and desolating change had taken place, but 1,000 little circumstances might have by degrees worked other alterations, which, although they were done more tranquilly, might not be less decisive. Fear overcame me. I dared not advance, dreading 1,000 nameless evils that made me tremble, although I was unable to define them. I remained 2 days at Lausanne in this painful state of mind. I contemplated the lake. The waters were placid, all around was calm. And the snowy mountains, the palaces of nature, were not changed. By degrees, the calm and heavenly scene restored me, and I continued my journey towards Geneva. When he says I contemplated the lake, that either means he was looking at the lake and he kind of was like connecting with nature, feeling better about himself, or I initially read it as I contemplated jumping into the lake and drowning. Not exactly sure what he meant there, honestly. The road ran by the side of the lake, which became narrower as I approached my native town. I discovered more distinctly the black sides of Jura and the bright summit of Mont Blanc. I wept like a child. Dear mountains, my own beautiful lake, how do you welcome your wanderer? Your summits are clear, the sky and lake are blue and placid. Is this to prognostic peace, or to mock all my unhappiness? I fear, my friend, that I shall render myself tedious by dwelling on these preliminary circumstances, but they were days of comparative happiness, and I think of them with pleasure. My country, my beloved country, who but a native can tell the delight I took from again beholding thy streams, thy mountains, and more than all, thy lovely lake. Yet as I drew nearer home, grief and fear again overcame me. Night also closed around, and when I could hardly see the dark mountains, I felt still more gloomily. The picture appeared a vast and dim scene of evil, and I foresaw obscurely that I was destined to become the most wretched of human beings. Alas, I prophesied truly, and failed only in one single circumstance, that in all the misery I imagined and was dreaded, I did not conceive the 100th part of the anguish I was destined to endure. It was completely dark when I arrived in the environs of Geneva. The gates of the town were already shut, and I was obliged to pass the night at Secron, a village at the distance of half a league from the city. The sky was serene, and as I was unable to rest, I resolved to visit the spot where my poor William had been murdered. As I could not pass through the town, I was obliged to cross the lake in a boat to arrive at Plain Palace. During this short voyage, I saw the lightnings playing on the summit of Mont Blanc in the most beautiful figures. The storm appeared to approach rapidly, and on landing, I ascended a low hill that I might observe its progress. It advanced, the heavens were clouded, and I soon felt the rain coming slowly in large drops, but its violence quickly increased. Oh wait, footnote. Victor links his feelings of foreboding to the romantic notion of the sublime, combining that era's captivation with the immense beauty of the natural world with the perception of its dangers and a willingness to entertain the possibility of personal annihilation. Just before this passage, Victor speaks with tremendous affection and pride about the impressive mountains surrounding his home, using the salutation dear and the possessive pronoun phrase my own. However, in his encounter with the sublime, he fails to achieve what philosopher Edmund Burke called sublime transcendence, which means to experience a sudden relief from horror. Because Victor views the sublime from a position of great personal risk, he can see this in a natural vista, only his personal suffering and ultimate destruction. This passage also highlights an essential contradiction in Victor's personality. He's both tremendously confident and self-effacing, both a director of his own fate and a passive object at the mercy of uncontrollable forces. As with his renegade approach to scientific discovery, here he simultaneously lauds his power of prophecy and admits to their deficiencies. Egoism, a flaw that greatly facilitates Victor's hubris, also surfaces here at the repeated use of the first-person pronoun I, used to emphasize both his vulnerability and his power. I quitted my seat and walked on, although the darkness and storm increased every minute, and the thunder burst with a terrific crash over my head. It was echoed from SALÈVE, the Jura, and the Alps of Savoy. Vivid flashes of lightning dazzled my eyes, illuminating the lake, making it appear like a vast sheet of fire. Then for an instant, everything seemed of a pitchy darkness, until the eye recovered itself from the preceding flash. The storm, as is often the case in Switzerland, appeared at once in various parts of the heavens. The most violent storm hung exactly north of the town, over that part of the lake which lies between the promontory of Bellerive and the village of Coppet. Another storm enlightened Jura with faint flashes, and another darkened and sometimes disclosed the MOLE, a peaked mountain to the east of the lake. While I watched the tempest, so beautiful yet terrific, I wandered on with a hasty step. This noble war in the sky elevated my spirits. I clasped my hands and exclaimed aloud, "William, dear angel, this is thy funeral, this thy dirge." As I said these words, I perceived in the gloom a figure which stole from behind a clump of trees near me. I stood fixed, gazing intently. I could not be mistaken. A flash of lightning illuminated the object and discovered its shape plainly to me. Its gigantic stature and the deformity of its aspect, more hideous than belongs to humanity, instantly informed me that it was the wretch, the filthy demon to which I had given life. What did he hear? Could he be— I shuddered at the conception— the murderer of my brother? No sooner did that idea cross my mind than I became convinced of its truth. My teeth clattered, and I was forced to lean against a tree for support. The figure passed me quickly, and I lost it in the gloom. Nothing in human shape could have destroyed that fair child. He was the murderer. I could not doubt it. The mere presence of the idea was an irresistible proof of the fact. I thought of pursuing the devil, but it would have been in vain, for another flash discovered him to me hanging among the rocks of the nearly perpendicular ascent of Mount Salève, a hill that bound Plain Palace on the south. He soon reached the summit and disappeared. It was him. The murderer. Footnote. In Greek mythology, Prometheus fashions a clay into which Athena, goddess of wisdom, breathes life, creating the human race. Over the objections of Zeus, Prometheus then provides humans with fire, an element essential for human life. Similarly, Victor uses electricity, a form of fire, to animate his creation. Flashes of light recur through the novel, often leading to the perceptions by Victor. He continues to characterize the creature as physically hideous, which he equates with the demonic. The latter is by nature found amid darkness and filth. Victor labors at times to balance what he sees in dreams and what he sees in actual physical existence. Both, however, are for the Romantic Age sources of knowledge. But having realized he is not simply observing a phantom in the glimpses he catches of the creature, Victor immediately reacts to the hideous being as a demon. His realization results in his bodily response of fear as his teeth chatter. I remained motionless. The thunder ceased, but the rain still continued, and the scene was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. I revolved in my mind the events which I had until now sought to forget, the whole train of my progress towards the creation, the appearance of the work of my own hands alive at my bedside, its departure. 2 years had now nearly elapsed since the night on which he first received life, and was this his first crime? Alas, I had turned loose into the world a depraved wretch whose delight was in carnage and misery. Had he not murdered my brother? It's been 2 years? What did you think he was gonna do, dude? No one can convince the anguish I suffered during the remainder of the night, which I spent cold and wet in the open air. But I did not feel the inconvenience of the weather. My imagination was busy in scenes of evil and despair. I considered the being whom I had cast among mankind and endowed with the will and power to effect purposes of horror, such as the deed which he had now done, nearly in the light of my own vampire, my own spirit let loose from the grave and forced to destroy all that was dear to me. Day dawned, and I directed my steps towards the town. The gates were open, and I hastened to my father's house. My first thought was to discover what I knew of the murderer, and cause instant pursuit to be made. But I paused when I reflected on the story that I had to tell. A being whom I myself had formed and endued with life had met me at midnight among the precipices of an inaccessible mountain. I remembered also the nervous fever with which I had been seized just at the time that I dated my creation, and which would give an air of delirium to a tale otherwise so utterly improbable. I well knew that if any other had communicated such a relation to me, I should have looked upon it as the ravings of insanity. Besides, the strange nature of the animal would elude all pursuit, even if I were so far credited as to persuade my relatives to convince it. And then of what use would be pursuit? Who could arrest a creature capable of scaling the overhanging sides of Mount SALÈVE? These reflections determined me, and I resolved to remain silent. It was about 5 in the morning when I entered my father's house. I told the servants not to disturb the family, and went into the library to attend their usual hour of rising. 6 years had elapsed, passed as a dream, but for one indelible trace, and I stood in the same place where I had last embraced my father before my departure for Ingolstadt. Beloved and vulnerable parent, he still remained to me. I gazed on the picture of my mother, which stood over the mantelpiece. It was a historical subject, painted at my father's desire, and represented Caroline Beaufort in an agony of despair, kneeling by the coffin of her dead father. Sorry, what? His dad got a painting of his wife when they first met, which was when she was at her father's coffin. Sure, that's normal. Her garb was rustic and her cheek pale, but there was an air of dignity and beauty that hardly permitted the sentiment of pity. Below this picture was a miniature of William, and my tears flowed when I looked upon it. While I was thus engaged, Ernest entered. He had heard me arrive and hastened to welcome me. He expressed a sorrowful delight to see me. "Welcome, my dearest Victor," said he. "Ah, I wish you had come 3 months ago, and then you would have found us all joyous and delighted. You come to us now to share a misery which nothing can alleviate. Yet your presence will, I hope, revive our father, who seems sinking under his misfortune, and your persuasions will induce poor Elizabeth to cease her vain and tormenting self-accusations. Poor William, he was our darling and our pride." Tears, unrestrained, fell from my brother's eyes. A sense of mortal agony crept over my frame. Before I had only imagined the wretchedness of my desolated home. The reality came on me as a new and a not less terrible disaster. I tried to calm Ernest. I inquired more minutely concerning my father. And her I named my cousin. "She most of all," said Ernest, "requires consolation. She accused herself of having caused the death of my brother, and that made her very wretched. But since the murderer has been discovered—" "The murderer discovered? Good God, how can that be? Who could attempt to pursue him? It is impossible. One might as well try to overtake the winds or confine a mountain stream with a straw. I saw him too. He was free last night." "I do not know what you mean," replied my brother, in accents of wonder. "But to us the discovery we have made completes our misery. No one would believe it at first, and even now Elizabeth will not be convinced, notwithstanding all the evidence. Indeed, who would credit that Justine Moritz, who was so amiable and fond of all the family, could suddenly become capable of so frightfully, so appalling a crime? Justine Moritz, poor, poor girl, is she the accused? But it is wrongfully. Everyone knows that. No one believes it. Surely, Ernest?" "No one did at first, but several circumstances came out that have almost forced conviction upon us, and her own behavior has been so confused as to add to the evidence of facts a weight that, I fear, leaves no hope for doubt. But she will be tried today, and you will then hear all." He related that, the morning on which the murder of poor William had been discovered, Justine had been taken ill, and confined to her bed for several days. During this interval, one of the servants happened to examine the apparel she had worn on the night of the murder. Had discovered in her pocket a picture of my mother, which had been judged to be the temptation of the murderer. The servant instantly showed it to one of the others, who, without saying a word to any of the family, went to a magistrate, and upon their deposition, Justine was apprehended. On being charged with the fact, the poor girl confirmed the suspicion in a great measure by her extreme confusion of manner. This was a strange tale, but it did not shake my faith, and I replied earnestly, You are all mistaken. I know the murderer. Justine, poor good Justine, is innocent. Hold on. There's discrepancies. Oh, no, there isn't. I found it. That instant my father entered. I saw unhappiness deeply impressed on his countenance, but he endeavored to welcome me cheerfully, and after we had exchanged our mournful greeting, would have introduced some other topic than that of our disaster, had not Ernest exclaimed, "Good God, Papa! Victor says he knows who was the murderer of poor William." "We do also, unfortunately," replied my father, "for indeed I had rather have been forever ignorant than have discovered so much depravity and ingratitude in one I valued so highly. My dear father, you are mistaken. Justine is innocent. If she is, God forbid that she should suffer as guilty. She is to be tried today, and I sincerely hope, that she will be acquitted." This speech calmed me. I was firmly convinced in my own mind that Justine, and indeed every human being, was guiltless of this murder. I had no fear, therefore, that any circumstantial evidence could be brought forward strong enough to convict her. My tale was not one to announce publicly. Its astounding horror would be looked upon as madness by the vulgar. Did anyone else indeed exist except I, the creator, who would believe, unless his senses convinced him, in the existence of the living monument of presumption and rash ignorance which I had let loose upon the world? I calmed myself, expecting the trial with eagerness, but without prognosticating an evil result. We were soon joined by Elizabeth. Time had altered her since I last beheld her. It had endowed her with loveliness surpassing the beauty of her childish years. Hey, what do you mean by that? Mm-mm, mm-mm, don't like that. There was the same candor, the same vivacity, but it was allied to the expression more full of sensibility and intellect. Oh, of course, she's grown smarter. That's what you meant. She welcomed me with greatest affection. "Your arrival, my dear cousin," said she, "fills me with hope. You perhaps will find some means to justify my poor guiltless Justine. Alas, who is safe, if she be convicted of crime? I rely on her innocence as certainly as I do upon my own. Our misfortune is doubly hard to us. We have not only lost that lovely darling boy, but this poor girl, whom I sincerely love, is to be torn away by even a worse fate. If she is condemned, I never shall know joy more. But she will not, I am sure she will not, and then I shall be happy again, even after the sad death of my little William." "She is innocent, my Elizabeth," said I, "and that shall be proved. Fear nothing, but let your spirits be cheered by the assurance of her acquittal." "How kind and generous you are! Everyone else believes in her guilt, and that made me wretched, for I knew that it was impossible. And to see everyone else preju- I can't read this for some reason. Prejudiced in so deadly a manner rendered me hopeless and despairing," she wept. "Dearest niece," said my father, "dry your tears. If she is, as you believe, innocent, rely on the justice of our laws and the activity with which I shall prevent the slightest shadow of partiality." We are now at chapter 8. We're gonna have some water. I'm also gonna stretch. Oof. There's a chance my mic picked up my back cracking right there. Okay. We can probably get through a couple more chapters. It's only been an hour. Okay, chapter 8, even though this does not say chapter 8, but that's where I'm going. We passed a few sad hours until 11 o'clock, when the trial was to commence. My father and the rest of the family being obliged to attend as witnesses, I accompanied them to court. During the whole of this wretched mockery of justice, I suffered living torture. It was to be decided whether the result of my curiosity and lawless devices would cause the death of my fellow beings. One a smiling babe, full of innocence and joy, the other far more dreadfully murdered, with every aggravation of infamy that could make the murderer memorable in horror. Justine also was a girl of merit, and possessed qualities which promised to render her life happy. Now all was to be obliterated in an ignominious grave, and I the cause. 1,000 times rather would I have confessed myself guilty of the crime ascribed to Justine, but I was absent when it was committed, and such a declaration would have been considered as the ravings of a madman, and would not have exculpated her who suffered through me. Hold on, I want to search something up really quick, just for clarity. Yeah, so just for clarity, I'm pretty sure I do this, but when they say miniature, I was just trying to see if it was like a portrait or a painting, but it'd be like a small painting of like that you'd put in like a locket kind of size. So William had a little locket that had his mom's painted portrait in, and then they found it in Justine's pocket on the same night, I guess. But I would think surely if it's the same one, they would know, because could only be one copy. Unless it was a photo, but even then, like, there would still only be, like, one copy. There's a chance she has a different miniature of the same woman, but... Anyway, 1,000 times rather would I have confessed myself guilty of the crime ascribed to Justine, but I was absent when it was committed, and such a declaration would have been considered as the ravings of a madman. It would not have exculpated her who suffered through me. The appearance of Justine was calm. She was dressed in mourning, and her countenance, always engaging, was rendered by the solemnity of her feelings, exquisitely beautiful. Yet she appeared confident in innocence and did not tremble, although gazed on and excoriated by thousands, for all the kindness which her beauty might otherwise have excited was obliterated in the minds of the spectators by the imagination of the enormity she was supposed to have committed. She was tranquil, yet her tranquillity was evidently constrained, and as her confusion had before been adduced as a proof of her guilt, she worked up her mind to an appearance of courage. When she entered the court, she threw her eyes round it, and quickly discovered where we were seated. A tear seemed to dim her eye when she saw us, but she quickly recovered herself, and a look of sorrowful affection seemed to attest her utter guiltlessness. The trial began, and after the advocate against her had stated the charge, several witnesses were called. Several strange facts combined against her, which might have staggered anyone who had not such proof of her innocence as I had. She had been out the whole of the night on which the murder had been committed, and towards morning had been perceived by a market woman not far from the spot where the body of the murdered child had been afterwards found. The woman asked her what she did there, but she looked very strangely and only returned a confused and unintelligible answer. She returned to the house about 8 o'clock, and when one inquired where she had passed the night, she replied that she had been looking for the child and demanded earnestly if anything had been heard concerning him. When shown the body, she fell into violent hysterics and kept her bed for several days. The picture was then produced, which the servant had found in her pocket, and when Elizabeth, in a faltering voice, proved that it was the same which an hour before the child had been missed, she had placed around his neck, a murmur of horror and indignation filled the court. Justine was called on for her defense. As the trial proceeded, her countenance had altered. Surprise, horror, and misery were strongly expressed. Sometimes she struggled with her tears, but when she was desired to plead, she collected her powers and spoke in an audible, although variable voice. God knows, she said, how entirely I am innocent, but I do not pretend that my protestations should acquit me. I rest my innocence on a plain and simple explanation of the facts which have been adduced against me, and I hope the character I have always borne will incline my judges to a favorable interpretation, where any circumstances appear doubtful or suspicious. She then related that, by the permission of Elizabeth, she had passed the evening of the night on which the murder had been committed at the house of an aunt at Cheney, a village situated at about a league from Geneva. On her return at about 9 o'clock, she met a man who asked her if she had seen anything of the child who was lost. She was alarmed by his account and passed several hours in looking for him. When the gates of Geneva were shut, she was forced to remain several hours of the night in a barn belonging to a cottage, being unwilling to call up the inhabitants, to whom she was well known. Most of the night she spent here watching. Towards morning she believed that she slept for a few minutes. Some steps disturbed her and she awoke. It was dawn and she quitted her asylum, that she might again endeavor to find my brother. If she had gone near the spot where his body lay, it was without her knowledge. That she had been bewildering with question by the market woman was not surprising, since she had passed a sleepless night, and the fate of poor William was yet uncertain. Concerning the picture, she could give no account. It is a little suspicious when you can't really remember where you got the necklace the murdered kid had. I know, continued the unhappy victim, how heavily and fatally this one circumstance weighs against me, but I have no power of explaining it. And when I have expressed my utter ignorance, I am only left to conjecture concerning the probabilities by which it might have been placed in my pocket. But here also I am checked. I believe that I have no enemy on earth, and none surely would have been so wicked as to destroy me wantonly. Did the murderer place it there? I know of no opportunity afforded him for doing so. Or if I had, why should he have stolen the jewel to part with it again so soon? I commit my cause to the justice of the judges, yet I see no room for hope. I beg permission to have a few witnesses examining concerning my character, and if their testimony shall not outweigh my supposed guilt, I must be condemned, although I would pledge my salvation on my innocence. Several witnesses were called who had known her for many years, and they spoke well of her, but fear and hatred of the crime of which they supposed her guilty rendered them timorous and unwilling to come forward. Elizabeth saw even this last resource, her excellent dispositions and irreproachably conduct, about to fail the accused, when, although violently agitated, she desired permission to address the court. Ooh. I am, said she, the cousin of the unhappy child who was murdered, or rather his sister. For was educated by and have lived with his parents ever since, and even long before his birth. It may therefore be judged indecent in me to come forward on this occasion. But when I see a fellow creature about to perish through cowardice of her pretended friends, I wish to be allowed to speak, that I may say what I know of her character. I am well acquainted with the accused. I have lived in the same house with her, at one time for 5 and at another for nearly 2 years. During all that period, she appeared to me the most amiable and benevolent of human creatures. She nursed Madame Frankenstein, my aunt, in her last illness, with the greatest affection and care, and afterwards attended her own mother during a tedious illness, in a matter that exceeded the admiration of all who knew her. After which she again lived in my uncle's house, where she was beloved by all the family. She was warmly attached to the child who is now dead, and acted towards him like a most affectionate mother. For my own part, I do not hesitate to say that, notwithstanding all the evidence produced against her, I believe and rely on her perfect innocence. She had no temptation for such an action as the bauble on which the chief proof rests. So much do I esteem and value her. Oh, she had earnestly desired it. I should have willingly given it to her. So much do I esteem and value her. A murmur of approbation followed Elizabeth's simple and powerful appeal, but it was excited by her generous interference and not in favor of poor Justine, on whom the public indignation was turned with renewed violence, charging her with the blackest ingratitude. She herself wept as Elizabeth spoke, but she did not answer. My own agitation and anguish was extreme during the whole trial. I believed in her innocence. I knew it. Could the demon who had, I did not for a minute doubt, murdered my brother, also in his hellish sport, have betrayed the innocent to death and ignominy? I could not sustain the horror of my situation, but when I perceived that the popular voice and the countenances of the judge had already condemned my unhappy victim, I rushed out of the court in agony. The tortures of the accused did not equal mine. She was sustained by innocence, but the fangs of remorse tore my bosom and would not forego their hold. So she was pronounced guilty, I would assume. I passed a night of unmingled wretchedness. In the morning I went to the court. My lips and throat were parched. I dared not ask the fatal question, but I was known, and the officer guessed the cause of my visit. The ballots had been thrown, they were all black, and Justine was condemned. I cannot pretend to describe what I then felt. I had before experienced sensations of horror, and I had endeavored to bestow upon them adequate expressions, but words cannot convey an idea of the heart-sickening despair that I then endured. The person to whom I addressed myself added that Justine had already confessed her guilt. That evidence, he observed, was hardly required in so glaring a case. But I am glad of it, and indeed none of our judges like to condemn a criminal upon circumstantial evidence, but it ever so decisive. This was strange and unexpected intelligence. What could it mean? Had my eyes deceived me? Was I really as mad as the whole world would believe me to be? If I disclosed the object of my suspicions, I hastened to return home, and Elizabeth eagerly demanded the result. Okay, footnote. The encounter between Justine and Elizabeth is filled with passion. Justine comes to accept her execution, even if unjust, because she sees it as necessary for ultimate salvation. And Elizabeth, convinced now of Justine's innocence, is relieved because her trust in Justine has not been betrayed. Such feelings trump concerns for justice. By contrast, Victor's anguish at the injustice and his realization that it is his creation that committed the murder fill him with remorse, an intense correlation of guilt. In current moral thinking, feeling and expressing remorse are essential for seeking forgiveness, but Victor can only hold these feelings within himself because he cannot disclose the truth about his efforts and their impact. My cousin, replied I, it is decided as you may have expected. All judges had rather than 10 innocent should suffer than 1 guilty should escape, but she has confessed. This was a dire blow to poor Elizabeth, who had relied with firmness upon Justine's innocence. Alas, said she, how shall I ever again believe in human goodness? Justine, whom I loved and esteemed as my sister, how could she put on those smiles of innocence only to betray? Her mild eyes seemed incapable of any severity or guile, and yet she has committed a murder. Soon after we heard that the poor victim had expressed a desire to see my cousin. My father wished her not to go, but she said that he left it to her own judgment and feelings to decide. Yes, said Elizabeth, I will go, although she is guilty. And you, Victor, shall accompany me. I cannot go alone. The idea of this visit was torture to me, yet I could not refuse. We entered the gloomy prison chamber and beheld Justine sitting on some straw at the farther end. Her hands were manacled? I think I'm saying that wrong. Manacled? Whatever. And her head rested on her knees. She rose on seeing us enter, and when we were left alone with her, she threw herself at the feet of Elizabeth, weeping bitterly. My cousin wept also. Oh, Justine, said she, why did you rob me of my last consolation? I relied on your innocence, and although I was then very wretched, I was not so miserable as I am now. And you also believe that I am so very, very wicked? Do you also join with my enemies to crush me, to condemn me as a murderer? Her voice was suffocated with sobs. Rise, my poor girl, said Elizabeth. Why do you kneel, if you are innocent? I am not one of your enemies. I believed you guiltless, notwithstanding any evidence, until I heard that you had yourself declared your guilt. That report, you say, is false, and be assured, dear Justine, that nothing can shake my confidence in you for a moment but your own confession. I did confess, but I confessed a lie. I confessed that I might obtain absolution, and now that falsehood lies heavier at my heart than all my other sins, the God of heaven forgive me. Ever since I was condemned, my confessor has besieged me. He threatened and menaced until I almost began to think that I was the monster that he said I was. He threatened excommunication and hellfire in my last moments if I continue abjurate. Dear lady, I had none to support me. All looked on me as a wretch doomed to ignominy and perition. What could I do? In an evil hour, I subscribed to a lie, and not only am I truly miserable. She paused, weeping, and then continued. I thought with horror, my sweet lady, that you should believe your Justine, whom your blessed aunt had so highly honored and whom you loved, was a creature capable of a crime which none but the devil himself could have perpetrated. Dear William, dearest blessed child, I soon shall see you again in heaven, where we shall all be happy, and that consoles me, going as I am to suffer in ignominy and death. Oh, Justine, forgive me for having for one moment distrusted you. Why do you confess? Do you not mourn, dear girl? Do you not fear? I will proclaim, I will prove your innocence. I will melt the stony hearts of your enemies by my tears and prayers. You shall not die. You, my playfellow, my companion, my sister, perish on the scaffold? No, no, I never could survive so horrible a misfortune. Justine shook her head mournfully. I do not fear to die, she said. That pang is past. God rises my weakness and gives me courage to endure the worst. I leave a sad and bitter world, and if you remember me and think of me as of one unjustly condemned, I am resigned to the fate awaiting me. Learn from me, dear lady, to submit in patience to the will of heaven. During this conversation, I had retired to the corner of the prison room, where I could conceal the horrid anguish that possessed me. Despair? Who dared talk of that? The poor victim, who on the morrow was to pass the awful boundary between life and death, felt not, as I did, such deep and bitter agony. I gnashed my teeth and ground them together until the groan came from my most inmost soul. Justine started when she saw who it was. She approached me and said, Dear sir, you are very kind to visit me. You, I hope, do not believe that I am guilty. I could not answer. No, Justine, said Elizabeth. He is more convinced of your innocence than I was, for even when he heard that you had confessed, he did not credit it. I truly thank him. In these last moments, I feel the sincerest gratitude towards those who think of me with kindness. How sweet is the affection of others to such a wretch as I am. It removes more than half my misfortune, and I feel as if I could die in peace now that my innocence is acknowledged by you, dear lady, and your cousin. Thus the poor sufferer tried to comfort others and herself. She indeed gained the resignation she desired. But I, the true murderer, felt the never-dying worm alive in my bosom, which allowed of no hope or consolation. Elizabeth also wept and was unhappy, but hers also was the misery of innocence, which like a cloud that passes over the fair moon, for a while hides, but cannot tarnish its brightness. Anguish and despair had penetrated into the core of my heart. I bore a hell within me which nothing could extinguish. We stayed several hours with Justine, and it was with great difficulty that Elizabeth could tear herself away. I wish, cried she, that I were to die with you. I cannot live in this world of misery. Justine assumed an air of cheerfulness, while she was with difficulty repressed her bitter tears. She embraced Elizabeth and said in a voice of half-suppressed emotion, Farewell, sweet lady, dearest Elizabeth, my beloved and only friend. May heaven, in its bounty, bless and preserve you. May this be the last misfortune that you will ever suffer. Live and be happy, and make others so. Hold on, let me just cross-reference. Okay, this PDF has an extra paragraph, I think. Dear sweet Elizabeth, do not weep. You ought to raise me with thoughts of a better life, and elevate me from the petty cares of this world of injustice and strife. Do not you, excellent friend, drive me to despair. I will try to comfort you, but this I fear is an evil too deep and poignant to admit of consolation, for there is no hope. Yet heaven bless thee, my dearest Justine, with resignation and a confidence elevated beyond this world. Oh, how I hate excuses and mockeries when one creature is murdered, another is immediately deprived of life in a slow, torturing manner. Then the executioners, their hands yet reeking with the blood of innocence, believe that they have done a great deed. They call this retribution, hateful name. When that word is pronounced, I know greater and more horrid punishments are going to be inflicted than the gloomiest tyrant has ever invented to satiate his utmost revenge. Yet this is not consolation for you, my Justine, unless indeed that you may glory in escaping from so miserable a den. Alas, I would, if I were in peace with my aunt and my lovely William, escape from a world which is hateful to me, and the visages of men which I abhor. Justine smiled, laughing languidly. This, dear lady, is despair, and not resignation. I must not learn the lesson that you would teach me. Talk of something else, something that will bring peace and not increase of misery. And then it goes to live and be happy and make others so. As we returned, Elizabeth said, You know not, my dear Victor, how much I am relieved that now I trust in the innocence of this unfortunate girl. I could never again have known peace if it had been deceived in my reliance on her. For the moment that I did believe her guilty, I felt an anguish that I could not have long sustained. Now my heart is lightened. The innocent suffers, but she whom I thought amiable and good has not betrayed the trust I reposed in her, and I am consoled. Amiable cousin, such were your thoughts, mind and gentle as your own dear eyes and voice. But I was a wretch, and none ever conceived of the misery that I then endured. This PDF is missing, I think, a crucial part that my book has, so I'm just going to read it. And on the morrow Justine died. Elizabeth's heart's rendering eloquence failed to move the judges from their settled conviction in the criminality of the saintly sufferer. My passionate and indignant appeals were lost upon them, and when I received their cold answers and heard the harsh unfeeling reasoning of these men, my purposed avowal died away on my lips. Thus I might proclaim myself a madman, but not revoke the sentence passed upon my wretched victim. She perished on the scaffold as a murderess. That means she was hanged, I'm pretty sure. From the tortures of my own heart, I turned to contemplate the deep and voiceless grief of my Elizabeth. This also was my doing, and my father's woe, and the desolation of that late so smiling home. All was the work of my thrice accursed hands. Ye weep, unhappy ones, but these are not your last tears. Again shall you raise the funeral wail, and the sound of your lamentation shall again and again be heard. Frankenstein, your son, your kinsman, your early, much-loved friend, he who would spend each vital drop of blood for your sakes, who has no thought nor sense of joy, except as it is mirrored also in your dear countenances, would fill the air with blessings, and spent his life in serving you. He bids you weep, to shed countless tears, happy beyond his hopes, if thus in a inexorable fate be satisfied. And if the destruction pause before the peace of the grave has succeeded to your sad torments. Thus spoke my prophetic soul, as torn by remorse, horror, and despair, I beheld those I loved spend vain sorrow upon the graves of William and Justine, the first hapless victims to my unhallowed arts. That is the end of volume 1. So the first part of the story. We're on page like 78-ish. About 80 of, I think my book has 200. Yeah, 80 of 200. What was that, 2 chapters or 3 chapters? I don't remember. 3 chapters we've read today. I'm just debating. Just because it's the end of the volume, it could be a good place to stop. I mean, the first chapter of this is actually very short. Oh wait, no, I think we skipped some footnotes. Let's actually read those. I think just the one. This passage reflects the type of justice known as retributive, which relies on punishment to balance the wrongdoing to the victim and his or her family to act as a deterrent to others from future acts of wrongdoing. In this worldview, justice is served when someone pays for their suffering caused to another. Mary is warning the reader that a rash to judgment, especially if revenge is the driving motive, might hurt innocent people, creating a new form of injustice. This is what happens when the innocent Justine is wrongly executed for the death of William. So she is actually innocent. Okay. And we're at this moment, I think, to believe that the creature did place the miniature in her pocket. Science and technology are also implicated in the apparatus of crime and punishment in a number of ways, including the creation of various tools of execution, such as the guillotine, which was a terrible new invention at the time of the French Revolution, the electric chair, lethal injections, and so on. In modern capital punishment in the United States, medical personnel are present to verify the prisoner's death, and psychiatrics play a role in determining whether someone is mentally healthy enough to stand trial or if there are mitigating circumstances due to mental defect. Okay. Fingerprinting, handwriting analysis, DNA testing, and other forensic scientists have also disputations, histories, both in terms of how they have been received as evidence in the courtroom and how they have been called on courts to understand scientific evidence. Scientific studies have also cast light on the fallibility of eyewitness testimony, and many convictions have been overturned by exculpatory DNA evidence. The power of forensic evidence is such in the public imagination, however, that a CSI effect, named after the popular television show about crime scene investigators using high-tech forensics analysis, has been identified in jurors who want to see scientific evidence of guilt, even if those scientific standards are derived from fiction. I mean, like, I guess, like, it does make sense that Justine would be blamed. She has the miniature the kid had. Like, she knows the kid. They always say, like, most murders and stuff aren't just, like, random occurrences. They're, like, people you know, stuff like that. So, like, I'm sure the court just probably either saw it as, like, an accident while babysitting or, like, something premeditated. Where she's, like, this evil thing that didn't like this kid for some reason. I don't know. Okay. I'm reading from my book, just to recap. I'm reading from my physical book. There's also a PDF that I'm following along with you guys, and kind of jumping between the two because they're not both the exact same wording. Some sentences are missing here and there from each, and I want to try and kind of get the gist, get as much as I can. We're just jumping between the two. The PDF also has footnotes, which are kind of nice sometimes. So yeah. Obviously, Frankenstein's monster has been created, and it potentially just killed a child. William? Yes, it just killed William, Frankenstein's youngest brother, I believe. Or at least we suspect it did. We suspect it did, but Justine, a neighbor or like a friend or a nurse or something, has been hanged for the crime of killing William. So that is where we left off. So, Volume 2, Chapter 1. Nothing is more painful to the human mind than, after the feelings have been worked up by a quick succession of events, the dead calmness of inaction and certainty which follow and deprives the soul both of hope and fear. Justine died, she rested, and I was alive. The blood flowed freely in my veins, but a weight of despair and remorse pressed on my heart, which nothing could remove. Sleep fled from my eyes. I wandered like an evil spirit, for I had committed deeds of mischief beyond description horrible, and more, much more, I persuaded myself, was yet behind. Yet my heart overflowed with kindness and the love of virtue. I had begun life with benevolent intentions, and thirsted for the moment when I should put them in practice and make myself useful to my fellow beings. Now all was blasted, instead of that serenity of conscience which allowed me to look back upon the past with self-satisfaction, and from thence to gather promise of new hopes. I was seized by remorse and the sense of guilt, which hurried me away to a hell of intense tortures, such as no language can describe. It's just talking about, footnotes are talking about Frankenstein's guilt. The interior anguish Victor experiences is given heightened expression here. Language has limitations. Victor finds he cannot disclose his interior conflicts. He has a tortured conscience. Intense sensations of remorse and guilt disrupt his efforts to achieve and maintain a serene conscience, a sense of being right. No words can express the hell and torture he is feeling. Yeah, that makes sense. He created a monster. It's fine. This state of mind preyed upon my health, which had perhaps never entirely recovered from the first shock it had sustained. I shunned the face of man. All sound of joy or complacency was torture to me. Solitude was my only consolation. Deep, dark, death-like solitude. My father observed with pain the alteration perceptible in my disposition and habits, and endeavored by arguments deduced from the feelings of his serene conscience and guiltless life to inspire me with fortitude, and awaken in me the courage to dispel the dark cloud which brooded over me. "Do you think, Victor," he said, "that I do not suffer also?" Sorry, I keep yawning. "No one could love a child more than I loved your brother." Tears came into his eyes as he spoke. "But it is not a duty to the survivors that we should refrain from augmenting their unhappiness by an appearance of immoderate grief. It is also a duty owed to oneself, where excessive sorrow prevents improvement or enjoyment, or even the discharge of daily usefulness, without which no man is fit for society." This advice, although good, was totally inapplicable to my case. I should have been the first to hide my grief and console my friends, if remorse had not mingled its bitterness, and terror its alarm, with my other sensations. Now I could only answer my father with a look of despair, and endeavor to hide myself from his view. About this time we retired to our house at Bellerive. This change was particularly agreeable to me. The shutting of the gates regularly at 10 o'clock and the impossibility of remaining on the lake after that hour had rendered our resistance within the walls of Geneva very irksome to me. I was now free. Often, after the rest of the family had retired for the night, I took the boat and passed many hours upon the water. Sometimes with my sails set, I was carried by the wind, and sometimes after rowing into the lake, I left the boat to pursue its own course, and gave way to my own miserable reflections. I was often tempted, when all was at peace around me, and I the only unquiet thing that wandered restless in a scene so beautiful and heavenly. If I except some bat or the frogs whose harsh and interrupted croaking was heard only when I approached the shore, often, I say, I was tempted to plunge into the silent lake, but the waters might close over me and my calamities forever. But I was restrained when I thought of the heroic and suffering Elizabeth, whom I tenderly loved and whose existence was bound up in mine. I thought also of my father and surviving brother. Should I, by my base desertion, leave them exposed and unprotected to the malice of the fiend who I had let loose among them? Victor again feels guilty about not disclosing the existence of the destructive creature that he has created. Yeah. He continues to fail to recognize and concede that his treatment and desertion of the creature, not the initial creation, have brought about the destruction. In this instance, Victor does sense the potential impact of his desertion on his family and others, but also remains blind to his early desertion of his own creation. At these moments I wept bitterly, and wished that peace would revisit my mind, only that I might afford them consolation and happiness. But that could not be. Remorse extinguished every hope. I had been the author of unalterable evils, and I lived in daily fear lest the monster whom I had created should perpetrate some new wickedness. I had an obscure feeling that it was not over, and that he would still commit some signal crime, which by its enormity should almost efface the recollection of the past. There was always scope for fear, so long as anything I loved remained behind. My abhorrence of this fiend cannot be convinced. When I thought of him, I gnashed my teeth, my eyes became inflamed, and I ardently wished to extinguish that life which I had so thoughtlessly bestowed. When I reflected on his crimes and malice, my hatred and revenge burst all bounds of moderation. I would have made a pilgrimage to the highest peak of the Andes, could I, when there, that precipitated him to their base. I wished to see him again, that I might wreak the utmost extent of abhorrence on his head and avenge the deaths of William and Justine. I want to see my son again so I can fucking kill him. What is this footnote? The remorse Victor expresses is reminiscent of J. Robert Oppenheimer's sentiments when he witnessed the unspeakable power of the atomic bomb. A passage from the Hindu scripture of the Bhagavad Gita flashed before Oppenheimer's mind. I became death, the destroyer of worlds. In the short phrase, Oppenheimer, as one of the architects of the A-bomb, acknowledged that he had unleashed a force that could lead to the annihilation of civilization. He also proclaimed, the physicists have known sin, and this is a knowledge they cannot lose. What? Okay. Scientists' responsibility must be engaged before the creation are unleashed, otherwise the conscience cannot be retracted. The scientists with high moral conscience view their responsibility to warn about the malevolent uses of scientific results to their students, to their colleagues, and to the public. They would cease and desist from scientific research that has no redeeming value but destruction or baneful dehumanization. Victor's anguish is a warning to those scientists who bracket away from the moral quality of their work under a banner of pure inquiry, whatever its outcome. Whether it is cloning a human being, creating a new biological weapon, releasing transgenic species, or designing human genomes, these end call for acts and acknowledgments of social responsibility. Interesting. Our house was the house of mourning. My father's health was deeply shaken by the horror of the recent events. Elizabeth was sad and desponding. She no longer took delight in her ordinary occupations. All pleasure seemed to her sacrilege to the dead. Eternal woe and tears she had thought was just tribute she should pay to innocence so blasted and destroyed. She was no longer that happy creature who in earlier youth wandered with me to the banks of the lake. And talked with ecstasy of our future prospects. The first of these sorrows, which are sent to wean us from the earth, had visited her, and its dimming influence quenched her dearest smiles. She had become grave and often conversed of the inconsistency of fortune and the instability of human life. Footnote: after the death of Justine Moritz, Elizabeth is confronted with the unpredictability of and temporality of life. That is, the awareness that life is forever changing and moving forward, even when its trajectory is one we would never choose for ourselves. In contrast to Victor, who at least initially was preoccupied with notions of fate and destiny, Elizabeth could not help but see the world as unjust and capricious. When I reflect, my dear cousin, she said, on the miserable death of Justine Moritz, I no longer see the world and its works as they appeared before me, as they before appeared to me. Before, I looked upon the accounts of vice and injustice that I read in books or heard from others as tales of ancient days or imaginary evils. At least they were remote and more familiar to reason than to the imagination. But now misery has come home, and men appear to me as monsters thirsting for each other's blood. Yet I am certainly unjust. Everybody believed that poor girl to be guilty, and if she could have committed the crime for which she suffered, assuredly she would have been the most depraved of human creatures. For the sake of a few jewels, to have murdered the son of her benefactor and friend, a child whom she had nursed from its birth and appeared to love as if it had been her own. I could not consent to the death of any human being, but certainly I should have thought such a creature unfit to remain in the society of man. But she was innocent. I know, I feel she was innocent. You are of the same opinion, and that confirms me, alas, Victor, when falsehood can look so like the truth, who can assure themselves of certain happiness? I feel as if I were walking on the edge of a precipice, towards which thousands are crowding and endeavoring to plunge me into the abyss. William and Justine were assassinated, and the murderer escapes. He walks about the world free and perhaps respected. But even if I were condemned to suffer on the scaffold for the same crimes, I would not change places with such a wretch. Footnotes. The nature of truth has been debated by philosophers throughout human history. Difficult decisions about truth or deceit are often made by finding a set of facts to support a pre-existing belief. In the legal system, the accused can be convicted based on circumstantial evidence that later turns out to be either partially false or unreliable or full of gaping holes. Justine's fate is decided by just that type of evidence. In scientific endeavors, determining what is true from research results likewise requires ensuring that any analysis is independent of personal bias. Mary presupposes a direct relationship between knowing the truth and experiencing happiness. There are many other works of science fiction suggest otherwise. The Matrix presented a generation of moviegoers with a choice between uncomfortable truths and blissful ignorance. You take the blue pill, the story ends, you wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. One reading of Victor's behavior is his desperate attempt to cling to something like happiness in the face of an increasingly dangerous truth. I listened to this discourse with the extremest agony. I, not in deed, but in effect, was the true murderer. Elizabeth read my anguish in my countenance, and kindly taking my hand, said, "My dearest friend, you must calm yourself. These events have affected me, God knows how deeply, but I am not so wretched as you are. There is an expression of despair and sometimes of revenge in your countenance that makes me tremble. Dear Victor, banish these dark passions. Remember the friends around you who center all their hopes in you. Have we lost the power of rendering you happy? Ah, while we love, while you are true to each other, here in this land of peace and beauty, your native country, we may reap every tranquil blessing. What can disturb our peace?" And could not such words from her, whom I fondly prized before every other gift of fortune, suffice to chase away the fiend that lurked in my heart? Hold on. Okay, I think the PDF has something else. Okay, so in this one she says, "Be calm, my dear Victor. I would sacrifice my life to your peace. We surely shall be happy, quiet in our native country, and not mingling in the world. What can disturb our tranquility?" She shed tears as she said this, distrusting the very solace that she gave, but at the same time she smiled, that she might chase away the fiend that lurked in my heart. My father, who saw in the unhappiness that was painted in my face only an exaggeration of that sorrow which I might naturally feel, thought that an amusement suited to my taste would be the best means of restoring me to my wonted serenity. It was from this cause that he had removed to the country, and induced by the same motive, he now proposed that we should all make an excursion to the valley of Chamoix. I had been there before, but Elizabeth and Ernest never had, and both had often expressed an earnest desire to see the scenery of this place, which had been described to them as so wondrous and sublime. Accordingly, we departed from Geneva on this tour about the middle of the month in August, nearly 2 months after the death of Justine. Okay, the PDF and the book are very different. Back to kind of Elizabeth's talking. Even as she spoke, I drew near to her, as if in terror, lest at that very moment the destroyer had been near to rob me of her. Thus not the tenderness of friendship, nor the beauty of earth, nor of heaven, could redeem my soul from woe. The very accents of love were ineffectual. I was encompassed by a cloud which no beneficial influence could penetrate. The wounded deer dragging its fainting limbs to some untrodden brake, there to gaze upon the arrows which had pierced it, and to die, was but a type of me. Sometimes I could cope with the sullen despair that overwhelmed me, but sometimes the whirlwind passions of my soul drove me to seek, by bodily exercise and by change of place, some relief from my intolerable sensations. It was during an access of this kind that I suddenly left my home, and bending my steps towards the near alpine valleys, sought the magnificence, the eternity of such scenes, to forget myself and my ephemeral, because human, sorrows. My wanderings were directed towards the valley of Chamois. I had visited it frequently during my boyhood. 6 years had passed since then. I was a wreck, but naught had changed in those savage and enduring scenes. So my book says he thought of the idea, but the PDF says his dad did, which is interesting. Oh yeah, these are actually kind of very different accounts. So my book goes, I performed the first part of my journey on horseback. I afterwards hired a mule, as the more sure-footed and least liable to receive injury on those rugged rocks. The weather was fine. It was about the middle of the month of August, nearly 2 months after the death of Justine, the miserable epoch from which I dated all my woe. The weight upon my spirit was sensibly lightened as I plunged yet deeper into the ravine of Arve. The immense mountains and precipices that overhung me on every side, the sound of the river raging among the rocks, and the dashing of the waterfalls around, spoke of a power mighty as omnipotence, and I ceased to fear, or to bend before any being less almighty than that which had created and ruled the elements, here displayed in their most terrific guise. Still, as I ascended higher, the valley assumed a more magnificent and astonishing character, ruined castles hanging on the precipices of tiny mountains, the impetuous Arve, and cottages every here and there peeping forth from among the trees, formed a scene of singular beauty, but it was augmented and rendered sublime by the mighty Alps, whose white and shining pyramids and domed towered above all, as belonging to another earth, the habitants of another race of beings. Yeah, and again, the PDF says that the whole family visited. Huh. I'll just read my book because we're almost in the chapter, and then I'll go back and read the PDF. I passed the bridge of Pellicer, where the ravine which the river forms opened before me, and I began to ascend the mountain that overhangs it. Soon after I entered the valley of Chemoinx. This valley is more wonderful and sublime, but not so beautiful and picturesque as that of Cerveau, the which I had just passed. The high and snowy mountains were its immediate boundaries, but I saw no more ruined castles and fertile fields. Immense glaciers approached the road. I heard the rambling thunder of the falling avalanche and marked the smoke of its passage. Mont Blanc, the supreme and magnificent Mont Blanc, raised itself from the surrounding aiguilles, and its tremendous dome overlooked the valley. A tingling, long lost sense of pleasure often came across me during this journey. Some turn in the road, some new object suddenly perceived and recognized, reminded me of days gone by, and were associated with the light-hearted gaiety of boyhood. The very winds whispered in soothing accents, and maternal nature bade me weep no more. Then again the kindly influence ceased to act. I found myself fettered again to grief and indulging in all the misery of reflection. Then I spurred on my animal, striving so to forget the world, my fears, and more than all myself. Or in a more desperate fashion, I alighted and threw myself on the grass, weighted down by the horror and despair. At length I arrived at the village of Chamois. Exhaustion succeeded to the extreme fatigue both of body and of mind which I had endured. For a short space of time I remained at the window, watching the pallid lightnings that played above Mount Blanc, and listened to the rushing of the Arve, which pursued its noisy way beneath. The same lulling sounds acted as a lullaby to my too keen sensations. When I placed my head upon my pillow, sleep crept over me. I felt it as it came, and blessed the giver of oblivion. So the PDF, the weather was uncomfortably fine, and if mine had been a sorrow to be chased away by any fleeting circumstance, this excursion would certainly have had the effect intended by my father. As it was somewhat interested in the scene. It sometimes lulled, although it could not extinguish my grief. During the first day we traveled in a carriage. In the morning we had seen the mountains at a distance, towards which we gradually advanced. We perceived that the valley through which we wound, and which was formed by the river Arve, whose course we followed, closed in upon us by degrees, and when the sun had set, we beheld immense mountains and precipices overhanging us on every side. We heard the sound of the river raging among rocks and the dashing of waterfalls around. The next day we pursued our journey upon mules, and as we ascended still higher, the valley assumed a more magnificent and astonishing character. And then that's kind of the same past the bridge of Pellicer. That's the same. During this journey, I sometimes joined Elizabeth and exerted myself to point out to her the various beauties of the scene. I often suffered my mule to lag behind and indulged in the misery of reflection. At other times, I spurred on the animal before my companions that I might forget them, the world, and more than all myself. When at a distance, I alighted and threw myself on the grass, weighed down by horror and despair. At 8 in the evening, I arrived at Chamois. My father and Elizabeth were very much fatigued. Ernest, who accompanied us, was delighted, and in high spirits. The only circumstance that detracted from his pleasure was the south wind and the rain it seemed to promise for the next day. We retired early to our apartments, but not to sleep, at least I did not. I remained many hours at the window, watching the pallid lightning that played above Mont Blanc, and listening to the rushing of the Arve, which ran below my window. I mean, it's kind of the same, but there is discrepancies. Like in the book, it says eventually the sounds lulled him to sleep, and also he's alone instead of with his family, which is kind of different. Oh, and now it gets extremely different. Okay, I'm trying my best here to hop between the two, but now the stories are getting conflicted. Which makes sense. We have a very unreliable narrator telling it to another unreliable narrator. But, Chapter 2. I spent the following day roaming through the valley. I stood beside the sources of the Arverion, which take their rise in a glacier that with slow pace is advancing down from the summit of the hills to barricade the valley. The abrupt sides of vast mountains were before me, the icy wall of the glacier overhung me, a few shattered pines were scattered around, and the solemn silence of this glorious presence chamber of imperial nature was broken only by the brawling waves or the fall of some vast fragment. The thunder sound of the avalanche or the cracking reverberated along the mountains of the accumulated ice, which through the silent working of immutable laws was ever and anon rent and torn, as if it had been but a plaything in their hands. These sublime and magnificent scenes afforded me the greatest consolation that I was capable of receiving. They elevated me from littleness of feeling, and although they did not remove my grief, they subdued and tranquilized it. In some degree, also, they diverted my mind from the thoughts over which it had brooded for the last month. I retired to rest at night, my slumbers, as it were, waited on and ministered to by the assemblance of grand shapes, which I had contemplated during the day. They congregated round me, the unstained snowy mountain top, the glittering pinnacle, the pine woods, and ragged bare ravine, the eagle soaring amidst the clouds. They all gathered round me and bade me at peace. So imagine the same thing, but again, his family's there with them. I returned in the evening fatigued but less happy, and conversed with my family with more cheerfulness than had been my custom for some time. My father was pleased, and Elizabeth overjoyed. "My dear cousin," said she, "you see what happiness you diffuse when you are happy. Do not relapse again." And then I retired to rest at night, my slumbers, as it were, waited on and ministered to by an assemblance of great shapes. Pine woods and ragged bare ravine, the eagle soaring amidst the clouds, they all gathered round me and bade me be at peace. Where had they fled when the next morning I awoke? All of soul and spirit fled with sleep, and dark melancholy clouded every thought. The rain was pouring in torrents, and thick mist hid the summits of the mountains. so that I even saw not the faces of those mighty friends. Still, I would penetrate their misty veil and seek them in their cloudy retreats. What were rain and storm to me? My mule was brought to the door, and I resolved to ascend the summit of Montevert. Yeah, the following morning the rain poured down in torrents, and thick mists hid the summits of the mountains. I rose early, but felt unusually melancholy. The rain depressed me, my old feeling recurred, and I was miserable. I knew how disappointed my father would be at this sudden change, and I wished to avoid him until I had recovered myself so far as to be unable to conceal those feelings that overpowered me. I knew that they would remain that day at the inn, and I had ever inured myself to rain, moisture, and cold. I resolved to go alone to the summit of Montevert. Okay, I think we're kind of back together now. I remembered the effect that the view of the tremendous and ever-moving glacier had produced upon my mind when I first saw it. It had then filled me with a sublime ecstasy that gave wings to the soul and allowed it to soar from the obscure world to light and joy. The sight of the awful and majestic in nature had indeed always the effect of solemnizing my mind and causing me to forget the passing cares of life. I determined to go alone or to go without a guide. For I was well acquainted with the path, and the presence of another would destroy the solitary grandeur of the scene. The ascent is precipitous. Precipitous. So yeah. The idea that exposure to nature produces unique psychological and spiritual benefits was a common sentiment in romantic literacy and artistic circles in the 19th century. Emerson and Thoreau, both part of the tradition of American Romanticism, knew as transcendentalism, celebrated in their writings the value of a life lived close to nature, especially its salutary effect in the poetic and moral imagination. This romantic notion of nature was as balm would also influence the rise of the urban parks movement, most notably via the work of landscape architect Frederick Law Olmsted in the mid-19th century. Olmsted's plan for Manhattan Central Park, for example, was premised on the idea that contemplation of natural scenery had a therapeutic effect on city dwellers. This all makes sense. The romantic understanding of the value of natural scenery was bound up with a pair of distinct aesthetic categories: the sublime, which referred to feelings of awe and even fear in the face of nature's power and wilderness, and the picturesque, which described the contemplative reaction to a more orderly and human-scaled natural landscape. The notion of the sublime would play a major role in American wilderness appreciation throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, animating the work of a diverse community of artists, writers, and advocates. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. I think people in the 1800s were probably pretty depressed, as a majority, but they just didn't kind of know it. And I think society kind of remains to be the same in a way that, hey, sometimes you take a walk outside and you feel a lot better mentally. You know, it's real hard to push yourself there sometimes, but a good walk does wonders. I don't really have I've never gone so far as to go to the Alps and just kind of have a walk in a glacier, but I'm sure that would cure something. Okay. The ascent is precipitous, but the path is cut into continual and short windings, which enable you to surmount the perpendicularity of the mountain. It is a scene terrifically desolate. In 1,000 spots the traces of the winter avalanche may be perceived, where trees lie broken and strewed on the ground, some entirely destroyed, others bent, leaning upon the jutted rocks of the mountains, or transversely upon other trees. The path as you ascend higher is intersected by ravines of snow, down which stones continually roll from above. One of them is particularly dangerous, as the slightest sound, such as even speaking in a loud voice, produces a concussion of air sufficient to draw destruction upon the head of the speaker. But yeah, the whole nature thing was just to be like, humans haven't changed, man. We're all the same. Anyway. The pines are not tall or luxuriant, but they are somber and add an air of severity to the scene. I looked on the valley beneath. Vast mists were rising from the rivers which ran through it and curling in thick wreaths around the opposite mountains, whose summits were hid in the uniform clouds, while rain poured from the dark sky. And added to the melancholy impression I received from the objects around me. Alas, why does man boast of sensibilities superior to those apparent in the brute? It only renders them more necessary beings. If our impulses were confined to hunger, thirst, and desire, we might be nearly free, and now we are moved by every wind that blows, and a chance word or scene that word may convey to us. And then we have a little poem. We rest, a dream has power to poison sleep. We rise, one wandering through thought pollutes the day. We feel, conceive or reason, laugh or weep, embrace fond woe, or cast our cares away. It is the same, for be it joy or sorrow, the path of its departure still is free. Man's yesterday may ne'er be like his morrow, naught may endure but mutability. Okay, Elizabeth attempts to console Victor with the thought of returning to live together in Geneva. This is a footnote. Unchanging and undisturbed in their peace and bliss, Mary borrows a verse from her husband Percy to remind us that this is a fool's errand. Nostalgia for a past, both perfect and peaceful, is a product of willing forgetting. First, we must forget all the elements of the past that we are not peaceful and perfect. Our memory of the past is edited to make it seem preferable to the uncertainties of the present and future. Second, we must make ourselves forget that we are a part of a system governed by change in net linear direction. The long arc of history bends towards change, and it is not possible to remove from the world the science and technology we have already introduced, and thus return the world to a peaceful but primeval state. Sometimes I wish we could remove some science and technology. And anyway, it is therefore incumbent upon scientists and engineers to think about how their work is embodied in the world and how the world has changed as a result. I don't know why the book thinks that this is from Elizabeth. Or why the footnote thinks that. Also, the random poem is interesting. There's been a poem before. Yeah. What is the purpose of this poem? It's a good question. Are we to think that Frankenstein wrote the poem? on 1 second. Okay. It was nearly noon when I arrived at the top of the ascent. For some time I sat upon the rock that overlooks the sea of ice. A mist covered both that and the surrounding mountains. Presently, a breeze dissipated the clouds, and I descended upon the glacier. The surface is very uneven, rising like waves of a troubled sea, descending low and interspersed by rifts that sink deep. The field of ice is almost a league in width, and I spent nearly 2 hours in crossing it. The opposite mountain is a bare perpendicular rock. Whew. From the side where I now stood, Mount Avert was exactly opposite. At the distance of a league, and above it rose Mount Blanc in awful majesty. I remained in a recess of the rock, gazing on this wonderful and stupendous scene. The sea, or rather the vast river of ice, wound among its dependent mountains, whose aerial summits hung over its recesses. Their icy and glittering peaks shone in the sunlight over the clouds. My heart, which was before sorrowful, now swelled with something like joy. I exclaimed, "Wandering spirits, if indeed you wander and do not rest in your narrow beds, allow me this faint happiness, or take me, as your companion, away from the joys of life." As I said this, I suddenly beheld the figure of a man at some distance, advancing towards me with superhuman speed. He bounded over the crevices in the ice, among which I had walked with caution. His stature also, as he approached, seemed to exceed that of a man. I was troubled. A mist came over my eyes, and I felt a faintness seize me, but I was quickly restored by the cold gale of the mountains. I perceived, as the shape came nearer, slight, tremendous, and abhorred, that it was the wretch whom I had created. I trembled with rage and horror, resolving to wait his approach, and then close with him in mortal combat. He approached, his countenance bespoke bitter anguish, combined with disdain and malignity, with its unearthly ugliness, rendered it almost too horrible for human eyes. But I scarcely observed this. Rage and hatred had been first deprived me of utterance, and I recovered only to overwhelm him with words expressive of furious detestation and contempt. "Devil!" I exclaimed, "do you dare approach me? And do not you fear the fierce vengeance of my arm wreaked on your miserable head? Begone, vile insect, or rather stay, that I may trample you to dust. And oh, that I could, with the extinction of your miserable existence, restore those victims whom you had so diabolically murdered." Oh, I need a voice for him. I don't know what Frankenstein sounds like. Okay, hold on. No, I don't think any of my effects are going to work for this. "I expected this reception," said the demon. "All men hate the wretched. How then must I be hated, who am miserable beyond all living things? Yet you, my creator, detest and spurn me. Thy creature, to whom thou art bound by ties only dissoluble by the annihilation of one of us. You purpose to kill me. How dare you sport thus with life? Do your duty towards me, and I will do mine towards you and the rest of mankind. If you will comply with my conditions, I will leave them and you at peace. But if you refuse, I will glut the maw of death until it is be satiated with the blood of your remaining friends. Abhorred monster, fiend thou art, the tortures of hell are too mild a vengeance for thy crimes. Wretched devil, you reproach me with your creation. Come on, then, that I may extinguish the spark which I so negligently bestowed. Negligently, I can't, that's a hard one. Negligence? Nope. Anyway, neglectfully, basically. My rage was within bounds. I sprang on him, impelled by all the feelings which can arm one being against the existence of another. He easily eluded me and said, "Be calm. I entreat you to hear me." Hey, Navy. Frankenstein and the monster are fighting. That's where we are. Be calm, I entreat you to hear me, before you give vent to your hatred on my devoted head. Have I not suffered enough that you seek to increase my misery? Life, although it may only be an acclamation of anguish, is dear to me, and I will defend it. Remember, thou hast made me more powerful than thyself. My height is superior to thine, my joints more supple, but I will not be tempted to set myself in opposition to thee. I am thy creature, and I will be even mild and docile to my natural lord and king, if thou wilt also perform thy part, the which thou owest me. O Frankenstein, be not equitable to every other, and trample upon me alone, to whom thy justice and even thy clemency and affection is most due. Remember that I am thy creature, I ought to be thy Adam, but I am rather the fallen angel, whom thou derivest from joy for no misdeed. Everywhere I see bliss, from which I alone am irrecoverably excluded. I was benevolent and good. Misery made me a fiend. Make me happy, and I shall again be virtuous. Begone! I will not hear you. There can be no community between you and me. We are enemies. Begone, or let us try our strength in a fight in which one must fall. How can I move thee? Yeah, that makes sense, Navy. Glad you got home safe, though. That's all good. Hold on, there's a footnote. Let's read that. Though this work well predates such existential writers as Albert Camus. Yeah, that's good. Just need some rest. Mary's narrative grapples with many of the same issues, including feelings of anguish and meaninglessness, especially in the face of suffering and human finitude. Much like the existentialists who acknowledge the absurdity of making sense of life in a godless world, Victor's creation lives in life full of anguish and isolation, and he has no creator to whom he can turn for answers or consolation. And yet the creature still sees life as dear, and chooses to defend it in spite of his endless misery, a point echoed by the existentialists nearly a century later, who emphasize both the absurdity and the beauty in choosing to continue to live in the face of suffering. Mere existence in this sense becomes a form of resistance or rebellion against meaninglessness and our unyielding trajectory towards death. For more on existentialism, see blah, 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 blah. Okay. How can I move thee? Will no entreaties cause thee to turn a favorable eye upon thy creature, who implores thy goodness and compassion? Believe me, Frankenstein, I was benevolent. My soul glowed with love and humanity. But am I not alone, miserably alone? You, my creator, abhor me. What hope can I gather from your fellow creatures who owe me nothing? They spurn and hate me. The desert mountains and dreary glaciers are my refuge. I have wandered here many days. The caves of ice, which I only do not fear, are a dwelling to me, and the only one which man does not grudge. These bleak skies I hail, for they are kinder to me than your fellow beings. If the multitude of mankind knew of my existence, they would do as you do, and arm themselves for my destruction. Shall I not then hate them who abhor me? I will keep no terms with my enemies. I am miserable, and they shall share my wretchedness. Yet it is in your power to recompense me, and deliver them from an evil which it only remains for you to make so great, that not only you and your family, but thousands of others, shall be swallowed up by the whirlwinds of its rage. Let your compassion be moved, and do not disdain me. Listen to my tale. When you have heard that, abandon or commiserate me, as you shall judge that I deserve. But hear me, the guilty are allowed, by human laws, bloody as they are, to speak in their own defense before they are condemned. Listen to me, Frankenstein. You accuse me of murder, and yet you would, with a satisfied conscience, destroy your own creature. Oh, praise the eternal justice of man! Yet I ask you not to spare me. Listen to me, and then if you can, if you will, destroy the work of your hands. Why do you call to my remembrance? I rejoined. Circumstances of which I shudder to reflect that I have been the miserable origin and author. Cursed be the day, abhorred devil, in which you first saw light. Oh, hold on. Cursed, although I curse myself, be the hands that formed you. You have made me wretched beyond expression. You have left me no power to consider whether I am just to you or not. Begone! Relieve me from the sight of your detested form. Thus I relieve thee, my creator, he said, and placed his hated hands before my eyes, which I flung from me with violence. Thus I take from thee a sight which you abhor. Still thou canst listen to me and grant me thy compassion. By the virtues that I once possessed, I demand this from you. Hear my tale, it is long and strange, and the temperance of this place is not fitting to your fine sensations. Come to the hut upon the mountain. The sun is yet high in the heavens. Before it descends to hide itself beyond yon snowy precipices and illuminate another world, you will have heard my story and can decide. On you it rests, whether I quit forever the neighborhood of man and lend a harmless life, or become the scourge of your fellow creatures and the author of your own speedy ruin. As he said this, he led the way across the ice. I followed. My heart was full, and I did not answer him. But as I proceeded, I weighed the various arguments that he had used, and determined at least to listen to his tale. I was partly urged by curiosity, and compassion confirmed my resolution. I had hitherto supposed him to be the murderer of my brother, and I eagerly sought a confirmation or denial of his opinion. For the first time, also, I felt what the duties of a creator towards his creature were, and that I ought to render him happy before I complained of his wickedness. These motives urged me to comply with his demand. We crossed the ice, therefore, and ascended the opposite rock. The air was cold, and the rain again began to descend. We entered the hut, the fiend with an air of exhalation, I with a heavy heart and depressed spirits. But I consented to listen, and seated myself by the fire, which my odorous companion had lighted. He thus began his tale. Okay, we've got footnotes to read. Here we see a classic way the other is constructed. The creature, an outcast from human society, begs Victor to hear his story and see things from his, the other's, perspective. He asks, in essence, to be recognized as human, and yet anticipating rejection, the creature also proclaims his hatred for the humans who can grant him this recognition. This profound ambivalence is in a sense at the core of otherness. The other, as critics from Franz Fanon to Beatrice Spivak have argued, has split within himself. A wound at the heart of his selfhood. He knows who he is, and yet in the eyes of his fellow humans, he sees only the monster they imagine him to be. In this scene, it is also important to consider that the creature's perspective is presented by Victor himself. As readers, we cannot truly know the creature, nor will we ever know what he actually says. We only have Watson's version of Victor's version of the creature's story. It's possible that Victor simply wants us to believe that the creature hates humanity, and so has chosen to include only the most terrifying and vengeful statements that the creature makes. Again, this is what it means to construct an other. The truth of the other's experience is barred from us because we have access to it only through representations created by a society that has rejected that other. The concept of murder functions like a central litmus test here and throughout the novel. On one hand, if you see Victor's creation as a person, then Victor is countenancing murder as he seeks to destroy his creation. Indeed, it would become very difficult to make a moral distinction between Victor and the creature if this were the case. On the other hand, if the creature is a beast, a piece of property, or a daemon, then it is not possible to murder him because he is not a person. During slavery, this question arose on a number of occasions. Could an owner be prosecuted for murdering a piece of property? The question was highly politicized because to charge an owner with murdering a slave would be to acknowledge a slave's humanity and thus to call into question the entire institution of slavery. Yeah. Even if the creature in Mary's tale is not human, however, his destruction may still have moral implication for other reasons. But Victor would not be guilty of murder, and the creature would have committed a crime Victor was not himself guilty of. Mary appears to have anticipated by 2 centuries one of the central ethical concerns of robotics and artificial intelligence. How sophisticated will artificial intelligence have to be before it can be murdered? If it can be murdered, do we then have to face the issue of its enslavement? Anyway, chapter 3. Hold on. Do I have to do this all in the creature's voice? Because he's talking this entire chapter. Oh, he's talking for quite a few chapters. Yeah, he's talking for the rest of volume 2. I don't know how good that voice even was. Okay, but we're in the creature's perspective for the next couple chapters, so that's kind of interesting. Yeah, let's just go normal voice.